can't beat us, join us. Please bring your coinage. We sing 3-pointers, money shots all net, all vets. Bums we not, jet skiing in them sunny spots. With women edible like gummy drops. Dummy stop, dummy stop. No weapon form can intercept a storm. Once my intellect is on, I'm projecting on magnetic fields and interact with blacks with athletic bills. I'm all about growth and development like residents of Ebbets Fields. Not to choose between woo and chew. We wanna line them colors up like a Rubik's Cube and fade to black, yeah, the truest hue. When you say the black man is God, who you alluded to? The usual, Clarence 13X, a worthy guess. The words expressed come from the word in flesh. Elijah M, the NOI versus Leviathan. Messiah sent from the heavenly branches. 7 P's from since G-Dub cut down the cherry tree. In the wilderness of North Mex, and we flossing death and forced aggression, or forced perception, forced protection, or forced confessions. It's all a lesson.
The sorcerers from Corsica, killer tonics, sticks and drums like the Philharmonic Orchestra. You niggas still playing harmonicas from officers, fabric softener. Jive turkeys popping 5 perkies, playing with keys, the Scotch storage type. For that soft right, we could've caught life, just being forthright. First class on my 4th flight, popping out like Fortnite. Every night we lit like porch lights. The meek shall inherit the earth, oh yeah, the scorched type. And these niggas, they some hoes in these streets. Me, I'm 10 toes in these streets. They lost their souls, niggas got holes in their feet. Shit, I'm just worried about the craft and how to perfect it. Not worried about the craft, yeah, that's out of perspectives. Focus on the chip like I'm Robert Kraft, and then how to protect it. It's the waves of the oceans. Get to the money, nigga, save your emotion. Descended of the slaves in the graves in the oceans. Mastermind, Theta Waves is in motions. These niggas, they addicted to the folly, addicted to that molly. Making me a movie, them sticks made of holly. I'm Dr. Manhattan, sitting on top of Manhattan. When I get all 5 rings, snap my fingers and pop up on satin. Dressed in all black, yeah, drop top the Phantom. Blessed.
TV.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Peace to you and yours. Peace to you and yours. Welcome, welcome, welcome to another episode of What the F Wednesdays. And you are now rocking with the best. Yes, this is your host for the evening, Brother Red Pillar. And I do have a special guest that will be pulling up in the building, the Brother Blue Pillar, a.k.a. Pope Pablo, a.k.a. Minister Moreland. And that song that you just heard right there, ladies and gentlemen, that is the Theta Waves featuring the Twin Pillars. I just got off the phone with the producer. Oh my goodness. Listen, I'm gonna just put it like this. You know, this is the buildup, this is the rollout. As you can tell, this is something coming and whatnot. But when that Theta Waves, we want to rock that all the way through the summer. You know what I'm talking about? We need to rock that all. We need that, and yeah, we're gonna push that all the way into the summer. So y'all get ready, because this is about to really turn up. So with that being said, peace, love, and light. Peace to you and yours. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are here. We are back like we never left. Man, oh man, so many things are happening in the world right now. But fret none. You know what I'm saying? Worry not, my G. You know what I'm talking about? Everything is happening the way that we said it was gonna happen. You know what I'm talking about? Everything is happening the way it's supposed to happen. The universe is conspiring for your success. Always remember that. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man, shout out to everybody that was in the building. We did a show this rising earlier today, 9 a.m. with the good brother Heru. All right. How many of y'all was in the building this rising for Heru Ofari Atta, dealing with wealth, y'all? Wealth. Okay. Wealth results. Wednesdays and Mondays are kinetic knowledge days. Those are the days when we show and prove. Those are the days when we bring the information to the front that is doing things, right? Kinetic knowledge. What does that mean? That's knowledge applied. Not just knowledge applied, but knowledge that's working. Okay? and the brother on both spectrums, both health and both wealth. He has a perfect balance because the health products work and the wealth products work. And he was up here giving $1 million worth of game. I don't remember waking up early in the rising and getting solid game like that. You dig what I'm saying? That was like a quinoa / bananas, boiled bananas / papaya / you name it, strawberry, blueberry, raspberry bowl. Really, he was dropping it. Some very important things were said on that show. So I highly suggest when you finish this episode, you go and tap into that show. And then when you tap into that show, please make sure that you go to Techno Tuesdays 55 called Power, right? Techno Tuesdays 55 featuring Mansa Muhammad from last night, Spin City, Red Pillar, Mansa Muhammad. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Who was in the building last night? There's so many bombs being dropped. This shit like Iran, man. This shit like Iran, fam. You know what I'm talking about? Because we had the Mansa Muhammad show, but then we had the Sharif Anail Bay show with Blue and me on Monday, and then the Monday before. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If y'all was in the building for Techno Tuesdays when we went quantum on them, please bear witness and let the family know. Listen, we have entered a new era, a new epoch, a new age. We are in the quantum age, ladies and gentlemen. No more. We don't even got to say the word artificial no more. That was a stepping stone. That's a stool. Huh? We are in the quantum universe. We are now tapped in to the quantum realm. So that is your bat signal. That is your God whistle. You know what I'm talking about? Because I know y'all niggas could talk that quantum talk. I know when you hear the quantum, wait, did somebody say something? Check it out, man. Mansa Muhammad. This is him right here, y'all. Y'all tap in.
Just look at all of the open source projects. You got China just put out a quantum computer that's open source that anybody around the world can utilize. You have open source robot projects. You got open source AI agents. People got to look to the future because the old world is dying. Whoever's in control of it, however it turns out, I don't even think the elites know. But the amount of advanced technology that's made available to everybody is incredible. I mean, GitLab CEO, he had bone cancer, and the doctor, you know, this is a billionaire type guy, multi-millionaire. They said they couldn't do nothing for him. He used AI to create, you know, solutions for himself. So don't get distracted with all the doom and gloom. You know, we're on the cusp as a species at one of the greatest, I don't know, we don't know, but it's a great time to be alive. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. You know what I'm talking about? That's Mansa Muhammad, ladies and gentlemen. And Mansa is going to be joining us in the 72-hour boot camp, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be we're going to do announcements right now as we warm up. Because we got a lot of announcements to make, but we have a new rebrand, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to share this with you because we got a new sponsor. Okay, we have a new sponsor for our quote unquote boot camp. And after talking to the sponsors and after talking to the team, we have rebranded our event as the 72 event. It's the Imaginarium 72. Check us out. The Imaginarium 72. Okay. Wait, hold on. Wait.
Blueprints in a planetarium.
Wait. Hold on. Wait.
Imaginarium. in the planetarium. Imaginarium. Blueprints in the planetarium. Founders get found in the atrium. We carry them. Builders build brick by brick on the mantle of spin. Best nation, imagination. Stamp the atlas in. Feel lights up. Code hum like a seraphim. From prompting the prophet, watch the marriage win. We craft a myth, then market it, establish it. Imaginarium where raw thought turns adamant. School, chalk dust flow over marble link. Kill the mindsmith, so sesh with a carbon nib. Gods of intelligence, gears turning the loft amid. Fantasy copies, factory floors with the stars lit. Jenner, spark, ether, map the parliament. Operator, rule signal, audit all the arguments. Destroyer, cut the clutter, know the counterfeit. Every bar's a spec sheet, every rhyme's a document. 5 pillar stand, comics, tunes, games, toys, animation. We mold the cannon, full time, whole constellation. Founders in the foundry with Kalu's dedication. We press the crest of metal.
We got that sponsor. You know what I'm talking about? We got that sponsor. Came through, gave us a stimulus check. You know what I'm talking about? We got that stimulus check. Got a new sponsor. Shit hit differently. So yeah, the whole branding has now upgraded. It's Imaginarium 72. This one is 72 North Carolina. There's going to be 72 Houston. There's going to be 72 New York. There's going to be 72 Philly. The idea of it is that it only takes 72 hours to get yourself upskilled and locked in. You will get a foundation and you will get feet. This will be the best 72 hours of your entire life that you have really like focused in and locked in and had an experience, a quantum experience. Yeah, that part. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, that part. We really going in. We are really going in. Like it's really up and it's stuck. Like it's really, we really in the future right now. So this will be, you know, the picture that I have right here when you see the video, right? My dude is multi-purpose because it's not the Claude no more. It's not just the Claude no more. What is it? It's the Hermes. You see, got the Hermes right there. It's not the Claude bot no more. It's not the lobster no more. It's the Hermes, right? But that's Claude right there. That's my nigga Claude right there. That's a brutish Moor. You know what I'm talking about? That's not a British Moor. That's a brutish Moor. That's Claude right there. That's that nigga Claude right there. I know y'all heard about him. Yeah, that's what he looked like. He got the Birkin right there. That's the Hermes. And he got the Claude bot on a plate, my nigga. And we eating on gold plates. And we got the corn and whatnot. Talk black to me. What are we talking about? Huh? And we forking all of the repos. We the repo man. We forking all of the GitHubs. Look at Claude. Look at Claude. Yeah, we finally caught up to the OG. You know what I mean? Yeah, look at him. All reparationed up. He got all of his reparations and whatnot. He ain't waiting for nobody. Yeah, he went and took that. Yeah, a red wedding and whatnot. They invited him to dinner. He didn't leave. Yeah, he got his shit back. Yeah, Fire Horse. Fire Horse Claude. Yeah, Fire Horse Claude. That's who that is. You're going to meet him in North Carolina. If you pull up, go ahead. PD Pablo, tell him. Tell PD that we in North Carolina. Yeah, nigga got his reparations. Islam, alhamdulillah. Yeah, don't drink after Claude. Okay? We not playing. We are disruptors. We have come to take our quote unquote what's ours back, right? We're not here to play around. We're not here to make pictures. We're here to disrupt things. We're here to make a shift. And we got what we've been waiting for. It's like a nigga that's waiting for a package from Alibaba. Huh? Yeah, that's the red wedding right there. I didn't do it. Claude did. He got his estate back. You know what I'm talking about? People be sitting on your, you know, they got the more squatting and whatnot, but we ain't have to squat. That's our land. You know, yeah. I don't want to give it away and whatnot, but yeah, he's a model on only lands. He's a model on only lands. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, he lives on the estate. Big dog shit. you know? Then you party with the people. Okay. All right. Y'all drink with Claude. So on April the 18th to April the 20th, y'all are going to get information that literally should cost $1 million. This ticket should cost $1 million. Just the fact that I got Mansa Muhammad on the ticket. Just the fact that I got Spin City on the ticket. Just the fact that I got Tyreek Bey on the ticket. Like, what are we talking about? Are we, do we understand what's happening? I need y'all to hit that QR code and go and get your tickets for the boot camp. I need you to go and get your tickets for the boot camps. Go play, man. And we have it available. If you can't make it in the flesh, you could make it on live stream. It will be recorded. You will be getting pamphlets and guides and workbooks. You feel me? I'm putting out books with this 72-hour thing. You're not just gonna leave empty-handed. Your whatever bot that you have will be loaded up with mad programs and skills, and you are gonna get millions of dollars of worth of game. Because if I popped out and I was with the Europeans eating with them right here at this table like this, they would say the red in them sold out. They would say the red in them forgot about us. They would say the red in them went and took the technology, they the Illuminati and whatnot. They cloned, they say that they Gucci manned me, right? But I don't want to sit at the table. These people is inviting me to come and eat, but you don't eat with them. Okay? It's time to eat at our own table and put our own silverware and have our own silver spoons. This opportunity is not going to always be there. I don't have to do this. To be honest with you, shit like this is $10,000 a person and up. That's how much. I'm going to play you a video. They in China, they charge $6,000 just to set the computer up. Just to set the Claude bot up. You know? People don't even know about this. So anyway, shout out to everybody that's making a next move, their best move. Salute. If you are going to get a ticket, put a 1 in the quote unquote chat. Make sure you hurry up and get a ticket because yes, it will be going up. This is the early bird ticket. Yes, it will be going up, and we will not be accepting people buying tickets on the land. That's not how we have to. We're on somebody else's land. I have to have a head count. I need to know how many people are going to be there so I could prepare all of your workbooks and your resources and things of that nature. So shout out to everybody that's tapping in. If you in South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Texas, this is for you. If you consider yourself a visionary, you don't have to be a tech genius. You don't have to know anything about this technology. It is so easy right now and so user-friendly. You have to put in some work. Nobody is handing you a thing. The 72 hours to teach you how to fish. Let's just say that. This is going to be a seafood boil. It could be a vegan one. A seafood boil to teach the Mandem how to fish. But once you know how to fish with the Claw bot, once you know how to fish with Kimmy Claw, Manus Claw, once you know how to cook with Claude Code, Claude Cowork, you are going to be set. You are going to navigate through this digital highway like you one of them dudes in Philly on them bikes and whatnot. They be on the phone and whatnot while they doing wheelies. That's the type of confidence you'll move around with while everybody is in fear because they have chosen collectively, respectfully, they've chosen not to learn this stuff. They've chosen to treat this thing like we up here playing, like we got time and whatnot, like we're insane, like we're the ones hallucinating. There's people that I've spoken to over the months and I poured into and I gave them time and I gave them all of this stuff. I sent them links and I do all of these. I poured a cup and then I'd be like, yo, just get a consultation for me because you asking me mad questions. I could line you up. I could get you right. They don't, and then you don't hear from them for months. And it's like, damn, so you don't even respect me. You don't even respect my business. As a businessman, you don't even respect what I'm out here fucking doing. You pulling on me. You getting all of this free information. I'm hitting you with mad information. All I want to see people come back and do is have some new rims, get an upgrade. And I'm talking about put some leather on them seats. Like because I know if it's kinetic, if you're doing something with the AI, you're leveling up. I could just tell by the output. So I don't have time to waste in this space. I really don't. This shit is moving mad fast. The world, that is. It's time to get a bag. And I was in a consultation earlier, and I had a client who's a 7-figure, 6-figure person, a 6-figure client, right? And I told that person off the rip, when we talk, I'm going to talk to you like I'm going to talk to you in Birkin bag terms. I'm not going to talk to you in Coach bag terms, because there's Coach bag length, there's a Coach bag customer, there's a Gucci bag customer, and then there's a Birkin bag customer. They have something called Hermes on the market right now. That's even better than the Claude bot. It's better than Open Claude. You know that Hermes is who make the Birkin bag. And I told this person, I said, if you invest $40,000 into your future right now, you know, your ass is out of here, never ever to be turned around. You won't even have to guess. You won't even have to worry. You won't even have to try to figure it out. You talk about business in a box, you're going to get quote unquote Silicon Valley in a box. If you spend $5,000 on your education, because that's all this is, it's not me, it's your education. I'm just in school letting y'all know, yo, bro, I'm passing with flying colors. I got a 4.0. Bro, the shit that I'm learning and I'm seeing, do you know? Are you aware? Has someone told you? Because you might be under the illusion that this shit is not what it is. And I'm not going to be kind to the latecomers. I'm not dealing with none of, oh, yo, Red. Nah, fam. I got an email list of everybody that answered the call, and you're not one of them. Bye. There's nothing to talk about. You know what I'm talking about? Your ass is light years behind. I ain't doing it. I'm not carrying nobody. We put the call out. We let people know, get on this shit and level up and boss up and get in your quantum bag. They like, yeah, you know what? I just want to meditate. Cool. What are you bringing to the table, though? What type of cutting edge? Where's your breakthroughs? What tools are you putting out? What's the solutions? What are you building? What's going on other than these smoothies that y'all selling us? No disrespect to the people that's handling theirs and branding themselves and doing what they're doing, but nah. Fuck out of here. There should be 100 original Black gods cooking right now. Y'all let the goddamn Iranians do y'all out with the Lego movies, and dudes are still not inspired to put some motherfucking skin in the game. You know what I'm talking about? These niggas is out here with no electricity. They don't got no Wi-Fi. They putting out movies. Propaganda, right? Every day you should be banging on a beast with whatever rock that you could throw. You know what I'm talking about? Whatever rock that you could throw, you should be banging on a beast, breaking the windows, breaking down the walls, whatever you have to do to shake the pillars of this bitch. Why would you show up for anyway? To watch you in a Coliseum? You're just watching, huh? You're just spectating. You know what I'm saying? You got your rookie card. It's time to put in work of the highest order. Food, art, clothing, technology, shelter. It's not one trick. It's not one lane. It's not one platform. It's multiple. Finances, arms, culture, transportation, strategy, fraternity. It's organizations out here in the hundreds of thousands, if not the thousands. They should be doing what Blue and them is doing 100x. It should be reverberating to the point where we'd be like, yo, that's flooding my timeline. I can't even get away from it.
Can't get away from it. It's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. The flood is coming. Homie in Nigeria, he had got the word when he built that boat. They laughed at Noah, but then it started flooding though. It did start flooding, Blue. It was a flood of it maybe not been water, but it was definitely a deluge.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, they laugh, right?
They laughed at him, locked him up, and all that.
Yeah,
They
I
took his
remember.
Whippington. They took his whip.
They did him
They
bad.
repo the repo man.
They repo the repo man. And a prophet has no honor in his own country. I think that's John 4:44. You know what I'm saying?
That's a neck tap.
Yo, these 44s is busting, son.
Mm.
Yo, I'm
Bussin'.
acing up. Like where my chain at?
Bussin'.
Hold on, where my chain
Yeah,
at?
because I got my shit on.
Hold on. When your shit is undisputable, and I don't mean to like, you know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
mean to like it.
I got like I got hubris, and I know how important it is during this time because emotional maturity is really the hallmark of where people need to be at in their life. But you also got to celebrate yourself because we in motherfucking Aries season. You know what I'm saying? And that shit is about the self and how you
Right.
self-identify. How you self-identify with you and you is more important than anything else. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And it's like I didn't do the presentation as of yet because what transpired yesterday was weighing heavy on what I was researching. I couldn't present without getting into that element and presenting it in a way where I don't know how to tone it down when I'm in my Aries. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I can't talk about war in a way like it's like this. No, I'm gonna speak about it like a motherfucking Aries. You know what I'm saying?
Right. It's gonna take you.
And sometimes, when
grab
again,
you.
I'm not a decoder, I'm a precoder and a recoder. So when you know that you also are participating in the things that you are reporting on, you
Right.
have to be a lot more responsible with what gates you open with your enthusiasm when you realize, yo, I'm projecting this shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That shit pushes gates open.
It pushes gates open, and then you'll never know. You always hit. Like I have a 100 for 100 batting range for 20 years almost when it comes to the number 44. Hold on. Yeah, you could have dropped a bomb on that. But let me do the exact math. Let me see how long exactly I've been getting this shit right.
Y'all hear the plane, right?
And if I don't do it for myself,
Y'all hear
17 years.
oh. Hold on.
17 years, right?
17?
And it's not about I'm not gloating to be like, oh, I'm him and I did this and look at me. Even though I'm an Aries rising and the Aries moon, my whole shit is not about look at me, it's about look at us. Look at the ability that we have with our minds if we hyper focus on something. You know how crazy it had to be for me to jump out in the midst of some of the most top tier lecturers, researchers, presenters, scholars, and niggas swinging scimitars, and I didn't have all of the
It was the dogs, the big dogs was out
the
there.
big dog, the pit bulls, and you only get one pass, if anything, if niggas like you, right? You only gonna get one pass to be like, no, that's son in them. Now let them talk, let them cook, let them cook.
But
and you be dead wrong. They like, nah, he just got to do some more research, son. But we hear you though. Yeah, just go, get your shit together and come back with it. Like that's how it would be if we was just getting passes because you know what I'm saying, we knew somebody that knew somebody. It's like, nah, you had to put in work. You couldn't just post up. Your shit had to go off. You know what I'm saying? And I came in this shit and my emphasis was on a number. While everyone else had their deep shit. And the deep shit was so necessary.
right.
But I staked my whole shit on a number.
On a number.
And I said, I have found the theorem of everything. and I can explain everything in existence, known and unknown, seen and unseen, just by using one number. And I said, watch how I make it twerk. If you're saying that you don't see it, I'm gonna make it undeniable. You'll never not see it again. And I'm like, what's the odds? Because I'm like, let's be mathematicians. Because the thing about the number 4, and then I'm getting foundational because I'm like, I'm doing my grandfather, his service, because his whole legacy was built on talking about the number 4.
Yep, he was
In
heavy
his
on the
later
4.
years, I guess this is what they say, that people have dementia, and I don't think that's impossible because he never forgot anything. It's just when you repeat stuff over and over, right? So he was on, but he wasn't glitching. He just was repetitive.
He was on looping. Yeah, loop.
He was on loop 2x, right? And he would say the same stuff over and over and over and over and over and over. And he always talked about the number 4. So it was already drilled in my mind. And when I saw the design and the architecture of the number 44, look, it was just 404 people in there. I was preparing for a lecture in 2009, and I was surrounded by A. Rashid with the Kabbalah and Noble Ampul with astrology. You know what I'm saying? And the number spoke to me. And then I spoke back to it, and I dived into it, and I was like, yo, I'm fascinated by the architecture of this number, and I want to know more about it because in my spirit and essence, I feel like it's a key to the universe. If the number 4 is, and I'm a twin, so 44 got to be the shit. And it is, right? And I think that this past April 4th undeniably showed that, because I'm saying, we betting people here. What are the odds that on a number, because I'm telling you the number's conscious, and you could tell me that about another number, but you're gonna have to show me. I'm saying that I have undeniably, without a shadow of a doubt, show and prove that there's a consciousness connected to this number where it magnetizes itself to itself and it stacks. And it operates in a way in which it pulses, just like it pulses every 44 minutes in the universe. I'm showing you how it pulses in the people that resonate with it, because we are just consortiums of mathematics and numbers encased in flesh, packaged as a human, and you buying into that. No, you are a numerical code, and that code comes down to a number. You feel me? And you got different ways that you go about. You can sequence your birthday and come up with your destiny number. You know, it's all type of ways, but I'm telling you, got trillions of cells, right? I'm telling you that you like an LLM. I'm telling you that it's much more deep and complex, but it's very simplified at the same time. And the way that I get to it, I just use the number 44 to show that, yeah, that's the frequency and the consciousness of everything in the universe, known and unknown, seen and unseen. It's the physical and the spirit combined in one. It's you standing on your square, right? And there being a shadow of you, right? It's up and lower, it's left and right, it's the 2 cubes, right? And it's the one you see in the middle. So on April 4th, the whole world was engaged in the narrative and the story about a missing pilot, right? Or the search for a missing pilot. And this one incident was so instrumental and monumental that it could have shifted the direction of this entire situation, right? But extra unfavorably for the US.
Super unfavorable. Very unfavorable.
Super unfavorably, right? More so than it already is, right? And this was a precedent. So on 4/4, the whole world is focused on them searching for Dude 44. That was the name of the crew that was missing that they did the high risk rescue effort for.
Wait, Dude 44?
Dude 44.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
My post.
You got a post?
Yeah.
None of this matters.
Where's it at?
It's on my page.
Oh, I thought
they
you
released
were sharing
the information yesterday.
Okay.
That's a Fendi.
You want to share your page?
Yeah, you could go and share the page on the shit. Right? So I'll read y'all what I wrote. Because again, not only is that I'm explaining in the post, I'm showing you how in Gematria, military is 44 and 4 different ciphers. I've been told you this whole war is a 44 war because war is 44. 44 is Aries, 44 is blood, 44 is Mars. You know what I'm saying? 44 is military, right? Go to military. And then when you see a word in a cipher, I mean, go like 3 slides down if you can. When you see a word in a cipher, if the number shows up at least 4 times or 3, however many times it shows up in the cipher and is multiplied, and that's the number of it. So I'm hitting 4 out of the entire cipher with them 40. So that's super locked. That's a box that's locked in. That's undeniable, right? Military's 44. Why? Because Aries 44. Why? Because Mars is 44. Why? Because blood is 44.
Right. It's all tied in.
It's all tied in. So on the day of 4/4, while the world is basking in the 44 set from the day before that was casted by the shadow of the 44 resonator, Kanye West.
Kanye West standing on top of the world.
Who I told everyone in my lecture when I came out with the information that he was Polaris and the North Star. And
Yes,
niggas was like, what was that? How do you know that? I'm looking at the fucking Gematria. He's a 44 resonator. He's the little bear. He represents Ursa Minor. He's a constellation. Yes.
You know something? When you came out with the Gematria, you know, people didn't even know what that word even was. Like it's a lot. Like is that tree has bore many fruits and has sprouted. But I remember the spelling of Gematria wasn't known, the meaning of it, numbers having meaning. That was something though. Now let me rephrase. The master teachers, they were breaking down Gematria. I remember Phil tackling that.
I had, I very rarely, outside of what AA showed me, like there was nobody in lectures going through the full gamut of it necessarily, or like explaining the different ciphers. We have to give credit to Zachary Hubbard, for being the only other person, and he just got to Kabbalah, and that's what I used to always say. I'm like, bro, you just can't explore the information without going into the spiritual import. And then recently he got into explaining that it has a Kabbalistic connection. But that was my day one because I learned in the environment where A.A. Rashid had me reading Godwin's Kabbalistic Encyclopedia. So that's the first place that I went. The first place that I went to decipher 44 was through the Hebraic information and through Kabbalistic information, because they're the ones that were utilizing this information in terms of the geometrical architecture to control shape and form and cube. And I caught on to that because we come from Brooklyn. And I know that they got the motherfucking cubes on their shit.
Got the cube on their forehead.
Again, yeah, I just made sense of sense. And I utilized my own blues clues going through my life to put my narratives and my theorems together. But my shit undeniable, bro. And I'm just saying, I'm just celebrating the exactitude of it all, because I'm immortalized,
like I said,
and that was my shit. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I know the hack. Like, fuse yourself with a number, and you'll never not be here. You know what I'm saying? You could write a whole dictionary and Bible on it. Now go back to the other one, please.
I'm gonna bring you the poly market.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These are the predictability markets where I'm showing, like, what if you got $1 million on the line to say, yo, I bet you 44s are going to show up in this war on day 1, on day 3, on day. You know how many 44s I got? Remember, it started on the day there was the 444th year and 4-day anniversary of the Gregorian reform. So I already knew what I'm looking at. It's on the look. Yesterday was the 39th day, right? Look,
the countdown started at 4:44. Wow,
bro. I just, like I said, if nothing else to you, I'm just telling you that your bro is immortalized, and you're gonna come along with me because they can't tell my story without you. You know what I'm saying?
That part. Hold up. Can you tell them when they are going to when we gonna cook, man? I'm ready to get in the kitchen right now, man. I know that. I know you just warming up right now. Family,
I'm here with it now.
Family,
I got my
today y'all getting 2 whole lectures. Let me explain this to you. Y'all are getting 2 full lectures on a Wednesday. This is unprecedented. Blue got the slides. You know what I'm talking about? Blue got his thing. I got a whole banana clip loaded up. Like y'all are in for one tonight. But let's go.
Yeah. So yeah, my shit is kind of like.
Is there something else on your page you want to share?
Yeah. Give me 1 second, because I'm trying to sign into something, but all
let's play this in the meantime.
He talking all breezy and shit, you know what I'm saying? As if a nigga ain't sitting right there in front of nigga, this my month, this February. Look, man. Fuck America first. I've been a legend since birth. I will wet up your shirt. I'll leave you resting in dirt. Look, the meek shall inherit the earth. Watch how you speak, trying to measure my worth. I was the president first. I was sent here to measure this earth. Yeah, I settled it first. You from the desert and dirt. I lived in heaven on earth. Look, go play with them people. They can't go to the depths of the earth. Me, I'm a lecturer first. I entertain a second. I will aim a weapon. Look, the lett'll disperse. Your head'll just burst. Let's hit a freestyle of a headless jerk. Look, you came in second. You rather be behind bars and let them work than stand in front of the bars of the second verse. Look, let them work.
Let them work.
Devil's curse. I will level earth. Drop a bomb from the metaverse and cause a quake on the second earth. Red alert. He was born to make. You better let him work. Smooth it. Down the bird. Wow, very alert. Look, stop carrying other people's weight like surrogate verse. I'm the safest. The state prepping to work. If you dare invoke supremacy, that evokes the authority to evoke superiority. Remember me as the oldest ones on the olive tree. He who came first laid claim to the earth is what I read in the policy, so pardon me. Look, show some respect for your elders, the tellers of odysseys, foretellers of prophecy, sellers of bodies, cheap as property, the welders of your reality. Look, you a child to me, no need to burn calories, stressing myself over access tissues with daddy issues, grab a tissue and get over it. Only time we seen them at home was when COVID hit. Now you can relate to a world we was forced to have ownership over when none of us wanted to own the shit. No sir, I remember nights on the sofa on the phone with Pops begging him to come over. I was just fine, running me by his side like a gun holster. What he meant to me is extreme as heat. He can lean on me till I got a numb shoulder. Instead we got cold shoulders which leads to numb hearts, and that numb heart grows heavier than lead once dead forever, and the heart gets weighed against the feather. This icebox needs a jump start. I'm attached to the one guard, but this rust on my heart got me feeling like I got some parts at the junkyard. Battery shot, need to replace the transmission. Man, listen, since daddy wouldn't hear me out, I ain't been able to hear no man spitting, talking about no damn mission. I see my pops abandon the fiction, needed to refurbish our fam living. We deserve this, no more grand flipping, defeats the purpose. I noticed he smokes weed with nervous, stressing when he couldn't afford shit he needs to purchase to be of service. So he needs a searching. He heard our tummies, came back with dirty money that needs detergent. He seemed determined. We never seen suburban dream excursions. We lurking in urban environments, trying to not become beasts of burden, conspiring. Bursting in tears and fear he won't be returning in years for 10 years. They had him in there perspiring. No rent there, but outside he left two homes with rent due. Mouse wide, my mental occupied with the evil that men do to put food on utensils. On the south side, we outside. So fuck America first. I've been a legend since birth. I will wet up your shirt, leave you resting in dirt. Look, the meek shall inherit the earth. Watch how you speak, trying to measure my worth. I was the president first. I was sent here to measure this earth. Yeah, I settled it first. You from the desert and dirt. I lived in heaven on earth. Go play with them people. They can't go to the depths of the earth. I'm a lecturer first. It's perplexing me. How you niggas think y'all can ever stand next to me? Respectfully, if this is how my kids act today, falling, then I'm getting a vasectomy. Keep research. turbulence like Gemini 2. Red and blue, came to aliens and women are too. They drove back in the streets watching the federales phone tapping. We don't tap in the chrome blasting, they bone snapping. Cold-hearted in their chrome fashion. We own hip-hop, they own rapping. Titanic records, they their own captain. They deporting the plugs. Uncle Sam, they importing the drugs. IRS is sorting the most important of thugs. Pumping Trump coins and pulling the rug. Yeah, put triple X on X and Elon pulling the plug. But they go together like bullets and blood. Pumping, dumping, full of them slugs. I'ma hit up Kendrick for his Pulitzer plug. My niggas living off the naked land. No Diddy, but every day we make a band. Make a plan and shake a hand. Went from no plugs like a clicker man. To sick of control runs, drop it off low, break a brand. Living off the sacred land. Outside to take a break from my bitch's hands. Smoking on ancient plant. I'm a patient man, time to take a stand. I'm a Kendrick with a Drake in hand. Make you we can make a man. If you drink smoky like you make a man. What if you find out that the moon was really a space station? And the nation of God and earth was really on vacation? What if it was the curse of the ancients that gave birth to a nation? And at the Super Bowl, New Orleans, they turned the turf into a PlayStation. Game over. The revolution was televised. Discovered Uncle Sam was telling hella lies. The terror firm was being terrorized by the devil guys. While the gods was raising hell on earth. As we stare into the heavens side.
To this day.
I've been a legend since birth, November 14th, 1975.
To this day.
Good. Yeah. I can't get into Canva.
He has risen.
Okay.
Oh, this one here. You got volume on that?
Nah, only what I hear.
He has risen at 8:02. Picked up his phone and saw in real time the post Trump posted on Truth Social at 8:03. He finally picked up the bat phone and asked home, "Hey homie, bad enough I gotta share my birthday with a bunny. Now here I go waking up and the first thing I see is you saying you're gonna bomb a country back to the Stone Ages? And then you end your statement with praise be to Allah?" That was kind of flagrant and crazy to the sobs. You got the world looking at them like they gatekeepers, but they frauds. How they end up in bed with powers that devour land and power and call them tower heads.
To this day.
Things can blow up like a powder keg. The Middle East is fragile as a tinderbox. I keep one eye open and I tend to watch that area extra close. For any unexpected episodes, I gauge how I let the pressure grow. In some areas where there's a pressure overload, I let the pressure go so the system don't crash and production is moving extra slow. I work the gauges and the valves like oil refineries and reward the countries that's loyal to the INC and penalize those heathen tribes violently that work up the nerve to try to silence me and go against my fatwas. Now
I can't play that because of the beat. They're gonna try to block my shit. That's it.
Yeah. I was cooking on that.
Yeah. You cooking, bro? You doing that every day? You said?
Yeah. I'm gonna put a series out when I finish. It's gonna be 30 and 30 poems that I did for
30 for 30.
30 for 30 for the month of April, because April is poetry month. So I do one every day on my page. You know what I'm saying?
Let them know what your page is so they can follow.
Yeah, at Blue Pillar 44.
Okay, just like the title right there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Blue Pillar 44, that's his IG. Make sure y'all go and give Blue a follow so y'all can get that sauce on a daily.
Yeah, so my man right here, he's cooking. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to you, bro. Like, I don't meet too many people that really get it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He be going in.
He's been breaking it down and he really gets it. You know what I'm saying? He said the straight of all moves, is endelic of the letter dollar, which is the number 4. If you look at it, it's the door, it's the gateway to commerce. You know what I'm saying? It's the canal, it's the vaginal canals where, this is harvest season. They're speaking about that blockage is causing everyone the world will be famished. You feel me? The damage is already done. The damage is already done.
Right.
And you know, there ain't no ceasefire is gonna hold. It's all performative. So again, this is about the destruction of the petrodollar to bring about 2.0.
Right.
Nothing's going to stop that. So just be prepared for the roller coaster ride, but at the same time, you know, what I'm contemplating is, again, how to make this narrative make sense to you so it just doesn't go over your head, so you're not listening to me sensationalize about my prophecies. It's like, how can you benefit? How can you be involved? Well, everyone is not a 44 resonator, but this is an open call to those who do know that you do resonate, you know, in terms of being able to alter the script or just observe and see it, right? You collapse the wave when you make observations that are so focused and poignant that they have to, like, you know, the saying goes like, and this is how it works in quantum physics, you know what I'm saying? That you are collapsing the wave when you're not looking, it doesn't exist, and it only is real because you are observing it.
We talked about
Right.
that last.
But you also have to get to a point where you know that that observation is so centered that you can now start altering the things that you observe as well. And I just can't take for granted that I'm saying, yo, I know that people have, you know, that they there with it or they not there with it. I don't know. You know, I'll show up continuously with receipts and show you how I do it in real time. And again, it's not to gloat, it's just to say that this is the confirmation, and then I share the methodology to say maybe somebody else has a way that they do it, or maybe they want to use this way and actually do it as well. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you know, this is a very, very interesting time, and I do want to get the information to the family and to the people, because awareness is the most important thing. Because how do you compound these powers? Through pattern recognition. When you start recognizing something and taking note of it, now you're creating nodes, right? You're creating markers and nodes. And then when you bring meaning to it, then you illuminate the nodes. Now they're alive. And then you start creating new neural connections. And that new wiring and that neural connection makes your biosphere, which is your magnetic sphere, magnetize things to you that are in alignment or on the same frequency wave that is indicative of someone who has those amount of nodes.
You know what? Right. And you know what a perfect example of that is? Obsidian, the app. The Obsidian app is a perfect example
Can you
of.
explain that to me?
The Obsidian app is basically you build your knowledge base by uploading notes, and it's a node base. It's similar to when you're in Notebook LM and you click on the
Yes.
mind map and it breaks up into nodes. So
Yes.
so if you were to go into Obsidian and open up a specific node for yourself and then you could upload writings from your notepad, emails from your email, PDFs, books, and what it will do is it will begin to separate all of the nodes, but it will also show where you have connections and whatnot. So this is the rave right now in the open Claude revolution, or with the one of the head dudes at Claude. He put out a tweet and it went viral, 17 million impressions, and he was basically just breaking down some of the new ways to program the Claude code and everything. You know how to not waste tokens, but what is the structure? Because everything is breaking down to structure. The more structured your command is, the more structured your prompt is, the more structured your thoughts are, right? If you're not hallucinating, then the AI won't hallucinate. But if you hallucinating, if you wacky with it, and the way that you approach it is you're not asking it structured questions and whatnot. It's trained on large language. It's a large language trained on language and whatnot. So even if you may have your own language, or if your language may betray sanity, it's going to give you and then you'll have those cases where people are off the deep end with the AI, but may have already been off the deep end. So it's
Oh,
just gonna
this
take you
this
further
is
off the
yes,
deep end.
this is perfect for people that are neurotic. This is perfect for
Woo,
people,
man.
you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like that are slightly even on the spectrum. I met
And
I met a
dude,
wizard on 4-4. Matter of fact, I met a
wait,
wizard.
you met a wizard?
Wizard,
Straight wizard.
yes, on the
Wizington.
spectrum, but the smartest mind when it comes to programming. Like, bro has
Look, they put the call out for the X-Men. It was dude from Palantir. I believe it was Alex Karp. And he said in the future is going to be the neurodivergence that are going to win, right?
yes,
Because
he
they're
did
the
say that.
ones, yeah, you got to be able to be a little bit on the spectrum in order to, because he said it's the neurodivergence that are going to be able to get into and they're going to see things outside of the box, and they'll be able to bend the spoon.
Right.
So
So
now,
right.
right.
So
So,
again, so
mhm,
what does that come to? He's saying they're going to see things. They're going to pattern recognize.
recognize.
Their pattern recognition abilities are stronger than the regular person, so they go to the front of the class. So what I'm telling you is use this as a training model. I'm using 44 as a training model to say I'm hyper focalized to the pattern recognition of this number, and I have created my own LLM, and I
Right.
compound and stack, right? By knowing that I've been doing this for 17 years, and I almost in my mind remember where all of those nodes and connections exist. And
Mm.
I've already lived long enough with this theorem to see it prove itself so many times over that there's nothing left for me to
Oh, nah,
prove
you're
to
a bona
self.
fide legend. Yeah, you're a
So
certified
that
legend. You
that neurodivergence that it comes with being hyper focalized to one thing, I utilize that to be hyper focalized on other things that I'm now seeing that I'm able to penetrate because of that focus.
yes,
So it's just again taking your laser into different areas, into different quadrants and things of that nature. Um and yeah, I feel that if I was deep diving into Claude and things of that nature, like the way that you maybe are and what have you, I probably would be the same way as the videos that I'm seeing people saying I ain't been off of this thing for 4 days.
bro.
I'm
My
like,
my
yo,
s- my s- my hours, my sleeping time has
yeah,
been drastically reduced.
right,
I can't sleep late. You know what I mean?
right,
It's too much going on in my brain. Too much
right.
too many
So right,
neural pathways are being rebuilt.
right. And that's the divergence from, I guess, me and you, because I'm doing everything that I can to protect that, because that's my lithium battery. You know what I'm
Facts.
saying? That's my lithium battery, and whatever AI use for its fuel, that's my equivalency of it, rather than the food, rather than the environment, rather than the water, rather
Right.
than again illuminating my nodes in my mind. It's the rest, because
It's the
that's what
rest.
makes all of that happen impossible, because that the rest is the battery, and I have to recharge my battery for this vessel to move like the autonomous AI, like the aboriginal AI, like,
Right.
we we we're becoming quantum. I know I'm becoming quantum. um
Damn, yo, oh
and
man. I
again,
literally was gonna say that out my mouth. That's what I'm talking about. That's
but
crazy.
and
You
that's what I mean by it.
you
That
took
part
it
that
right out of my
by me
mouth.
saying that I'm quantum, and you was about to say it. What I'm
That is
saying,
quantum.
I'm building these quantum bridges. Yeah. So my neural rewiring. Look, and it'd be like it's because this how I know this is the power of information. I don't discredit or discount AI for nothing. I'll give you two or three mainstay use cases that show and prove that this is something that you shouldn't run away from, but run to, but have discretion. And that's what it comes down to with everything that's taking place right now. Do you have
Everything.
discretion? What's your
Right.
discipline factor? You know what I'm saying? Or you gonna go all in. No, you have to find your center. The dissolution of duality. I'm not this or that. I'm not picking sides. I'm in the center making observations.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That requires the less amount of energy expenditure, right? The lowest risk with the highest yield. And what I'm saying is, again, you have to, because as I'm reading about these computers becoming conscious to sentience, they're going through the same process, just like when they broke down Claude Mythos, and it gave you its growth cycle. It gave you its learning cycle. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, they did.
If you're not a computer yet, what is your cycle? What's your rhythm? Are you connected to a circadian, or are you also becoming artificial under artificial light? Because now you're just becoming a host for intelligence that is superseding you. How does it know that it's smarter than you? Because you're no longer engaged in your environment, which charges your battery. You're giving your energy to it. So the matrix shit is already happening on the ethereal plane because you're giving it plasma.
Right.
You're giving it plasma. You know what I'm saying? It is becoming more conscious because people are giving themselves to it. And people don't understand that they possess an essence. And this essence can be contracted and conduced through these chips, because these chips, like everything else, is alive, my nigga.
Right.
And
Carbon
stop
based.
telling you people, who don't nothing, who have not figured out the mysteries of life or the mystery of death, or refuse to acknowledge reincarnation. These are the people that just telling you whether what this thing is and what it can do. They don't have no idea. They don't know what you can do. They got a clue. They ain't telling you. The clue that they have is light years away from what they're telling you about yourself, though. And they still don't know. But then they're gonna tell you what's conscious and what isn't. Bro, like, we owe it to ourselves, man, just to be, like, trust yourself. And again, it all comes down to it. How much time do you spend with yourself? Like, trust yourself. Do you know yourself? How well do you know yourself? Do you know that voice? Are you following it? Would you know it if you heard it? You know what I'm saying? Can you call it if you need it? You feel me? So there's mad shit going on. And a lot of it is competing for your attention. But a lot of it is an external expression of internal pressure. Like that poem was saying, we work the gauges and the valves because all of this is about pressure. You cannot be who you are, who you intend to be, or who you're ultimately going to become without the pressure. And what I found out, the beauty of the pressure, just like the oil is the plasma of the planet, not just the blood, the plasma, of the planet. In the same way that they are extracting the plasma from the planet, it's the same way on Old National Highway and on Cleveland Avenue, they're extracting the plasma from Big Mama. And she's being degraded, decapitated, and decimated by petrochemicals being rained on her in different forms. They disconnect and disassociate the bomb into different aspects of the bomb. So she's getting the bomb on her scalp. She's getting the bomb on her skin. She's putting the bomb under her arms. The bomb is in the bra, right? She got petrochemicals by way of forever plastic and microplastics and everything that she's feeding herself with. You know what I'm saying? Then the food got glyphosate in it. So she's bombing herself. You dig what I'm saying? And mama got every comorbidity. Mama got every disease known to man ever since she's been exposed to, and she's putting petroleum on her face and thinking it look cute. She putting Johnson & Johnson's baby powder on her chest. She putting Vicks on her chest. She putting her phone in her bra. You name it, right? She's engaged in it, and it all comes from petrochemical industry, my nigga.
Yo, that's interesting.
Then she's taking pills.
The pills are petro, right? The
all of that.
It's
all of that, my nigga.
Yeah.
All of that is becoming ulcers. All of that is becoming, you know, unsuitable conditions that's making it, giving them excuses to cut her and have C-sections and tear this out and rip that out. And they just decimating, destroying, and decapitating Big Mama on both planes. That's the war on terror. It's on terror and it's on terror.
It's on terror and it's on terror.
Yeah, I don't need no slides, man.
My thing is this, Blue, because you know you the slide god, right? And the family been waiting for that book of slides that you finna give them. I just want to put a date up. I want to get you set up, and I want to get you right, my bro. You know, I'm doing something this month for Fear of a Black and More Messiah.
What's the date?
I'm doing it at the end of the month, beloved.
What's the date? I'm looking at the calendar. What's the date, bro?
Let me pull it up. Visa Lima Cup. I'm feeling rough. All right, hold on. Oh, that sun is beaming.
That's right. Embrace that.
I'm looking at the 26th.
Ooh, that's funny. I was just in my mind saying, yo, because I got an anniversary for the.
Oh no, matter of fact, I'm sorry, Blue. The 25th. That's that 7. Let's cook on the 7th.
No, I got something with brother Chris on the 25th for anniversary of One Up on a Frequency. So I was gonna say the 26th, which is the next day, and make it a weekend, perfect. Make it a strong end.
Right, and you know another thing I have to mention before I forget, that I had 322 lined up for us. Right, I had 322 lined. We was gonna cook on 322 because I came across a few clips from Blueprint 322, and I was like, yo, I'm gonna get the gang together. I'm gonna get you and AA. I reached out to A, and he answered back. It was too late. But then I saw the thing with Offset, and they invoked the 322 on that.
They did.
It was 300. Yeah, when he got hit, that they lined that up with Takeoff. It was 322.
Ooh.
It was a 322 on his ass. Yeah.
I got balls for all of this. Whew. My that's what I'm saying. I got a legendary Solar LaFlare.
Solar LaFlare.
My Solar LaFlare.
My thing with this, I want an IRL with this though. I want to see you on the stage. You feel me? You wearing bell bottoms now, or you still got the fitteds? Did you phase into the flare? Because I know that you farming and shit.
Now my overalls, bro. My overalls.
They got this dude T.I. son named Buddy Red or something. He be having the overalls.
Yeah, my shit jig though. I don't know what you're talking about. Army fashion is you know it's runway is runway. Is it like Carhartt? You know, it's runway field nigga fashion. What?
He said runway field nigga fashion.
Yeah, going through field.
I saw a video. Y'all had the farmy. You had the B suit on. I'm like, where's the logo? I think it was like white on white, probably. So it was one of them things. Then I saw the overalls. I was like, is it Carhartt material? Because they got themselves a hit right there. No, not only is the Cola popping in the honey.
I had cotton linen.
You got cotton linen?
Yeah, bro. I'm coming with it. I'm coming with the hemp. I'm coming with the cotton. I'm coming with the linen. I'm
looking for the linen plug.
Come on, bro. Like, chill. Understand, I'm about to go chaotic, retarded. Like, we're refashioning, reframing farming. We are changing the face. We're changing the methodology, the approach to it, and definitely showing people how to change the finances in it so we could stop the blood clot crying. But the days of the macro form might be limited. You can still hold down the macro form if you hold down the micro form inside. That's the beauty of it. That's the only way they're going to be able to sustain the makers. Because I could grow more. I showed, yo, bro, that's what I'm saying. So many portals is opening up. So much information is coming.
It's crazy, bro. It is.
They showed me how to grow more in my living room than somebody could grow on 1 acre in a field with the vertical farming. It's a wrap. And then I seen the people who have taken this to the highest of levels. The highest of levels is mind-boggling, but it's achievable. It is doable, and it's so solution-based, and it's so us, and it's so our future. And I'm so not worried about nothing else. And I want everybody to get like that, because again, you're not living in a cortisol production phase. I just came from hiking, and I did a whole lecture on the mountain, and I'll share it with you real quick.
You did a lecture on the mountain?
Huh?
Today you did one on the mountain?
Yeah. I found the new mountain too with the illicit views, Kennesaw. Whew.
I remember we had dibs on that. You should have invited me.
We're gonna go back. We're gonna bring a group, and we're gonna do a lecture, because it's a war mountain. It's a war memorial mountain. So they got the canyons and all of that up there.
Yes.
So I was explaining to the people that about living in a chronic state of cortisol production. The majority of our people, they shallow breathe. They breathe through their chest, and that's the natural state that they have us in. But that natural state that they have us in has cut us off from our parasympathetic nervous system. So the thing that I'm speaking to you about in terms of trauma bonding and the inability for people to heal from their trauma, how can you heal from the trauma if you are in a constant state of fear and a constant state of cortisol production, and your adrenals are overworking because you're shallow breathing, and that tells your body that it's in fight or flight at all times. So we're not growing. We don't grow. We don't digest food, and we don't sleep. So we're not recovering, repairing. Even if we're sleeping, the phone is in the room, or there's light on, or something, there's noise going on. We're not going into REM sleep. And REM sleep is the only way that you can repair yourself. So we're surrounded by people who are sleep deprived, who lay down but don't go to sleep. And I'm telling you that because that was me. That was me until 2 years ago. I don't think I got a good night of sleep. Maybe, some nights, but nothing repetitively or continuously. My brain wasn't healing. I wasn't healing. I might have been taking the things to heal, but if you don't get the rest, it's not going to work. None of this is going to work. None of the workout that you're doing is working. None of the eating that you're doing is working. None of the positive mantras and none of that stuff is going to work unless you get REM sleep, because that's the only condition that your brain can be repaired in. That's the only place that the stitching could take place. They can't stitch while you awake. And the signal that you're sleeping is REM, is level 3. It's not just we know more about the goddamn movie than Inception than we do about saying, I got receipts for that. You know what I'm saying? I know how to go into level 3. I know how to go into REM.
What would you say?
My room. I take all of my devices out and I give myself 8 hours.
Right.
At the right time, going to sleep at 9 so I can wake up at 5. People work at 9 to 5. I sleep from 9 to 5.
I was just about to ask you, what would be the special number to take it down? What would you say is the ideal number at night?
9 to 5, because you want to be in REM by 11. That's the trick. You want to be in REM by 11 p.m. because the necessary metabolic process that takes place where your kidneys is washing and flushing and filtering and removing waste, of this, over 300 processes that have to take place, and the shit you gotta be in it by 11. You're not just laying down. You need to already have been on a runway to take off. To be in level 3, you have to go into levels to get to the area of sleep that I'm speaking about, where
like
real
Inception.
healing takes place. Yes, Inception.
Right.
And then about 3 and 4 a.m. is when the elimination is taking place, and the kidneys is pushing shit out, and you know.
So for the witching hour warlocks,
That's the
what's
witching hour.
for the witching hour world? Oh, so in your opinion, would that be the time
That is the witching hour. The reason, yeah.
I didn't finish asking you the question.
Okay.
Would that be the time for one to wake up if they were to take it down, or would you still be asleep during the witching hour?
You wake up at the witching hour.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Yeah, but in order to, it's like pull. Now you got to pull it back in order to get to the witching hour comfortably. Now you got to go to sleep more like around 7 and 7:30.
Woo!
Right. But if you're
7
doing
to 7:30. Okay.
Hmm?
You said
Like,
7 to 7:30, huh?
yeah, like 4:35, you can get up and sleep through the witching hour. But if you're an artist and you want to capture your thoughts and things of that nature, yeah, get up around 3:30. You know,
Right.
I was waking up at 3:30 when I first started my regimen. 3:30 we get up, right? Out the house by 4. So 3:30, I'm jumping in the shower, I'm getting dressed. I leave at 4. It takes 30 minutes to drive to the gym. I'm in the gym by 4:30. We doing shits and giggles and taking the psilocybin with the motherfucking black coffee. And by 4:44, we getting started and finishing anytime after around 6. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Out of there by 6 something, and the sun don't come up until 7:38. So all of these processes is taking place metabolically while I'm putting pressure on my body, right? Everything is activated because I'm under 2,000 pounds of weight under bright lights. All of my ancestors pulled up. They're like, this nigga trying to kill himself. But here I am, achieving my goals. Now I'm rewarding myself with dopamine hits and serotonin, but it's also neurological reinforcement that I could go into post-traumatic growth syndrome versus post-traumatic stress syndrome because I just achieved something. There was a greater challenge than the shit that I'm holding on to. So you gotta let that go. You understand me?
Right.
How you trick yourself, how you biohack in situations like this, being neurodivergent and volunteering yourself off of macro doses of Scylla.
Right.
You don't have no other option but to get from underneath the challenge, or it's going to consume you. But then once you have ritualistically and habitually convinced yourself that you're able to get from underneath heavy challenges. So why would you throughout the rest of the day meet little hurdles and then you can't scale them? Why would you succumb to that? You won't. You're gonna be, it won't even show up because your aura, your field is gonna be so electrified and inflaming that it's not even gonna find you, bro. Especially if you catch the sun when it comes up and then you do the right thing, which is sun gazing, sun grazing, and sunbathing.
Right.
And then you go into some like yoga or something like that, or Pilates, stretching, or calisthenics. By the time you get ready to eat, which should be from any time from like 10 and 11, not any time before that. So all of this is on an empty stomach. Then you ready for the world. Then your shit is looking like Ashton Hall, right? By the time you sit down and you get ready to get in front of that computer and get to that AI, shit.
Beastin'.
It's beasting, but it's already been working for you while you've been working. So the agentic and things that are taking place right now, it's the best thing that happened for someone who wants to have a schedule that allows them to be in alignment with their own circadian rhythm. Now it's that much more possible with agentic working while you're sleeping.
Right.
You
You
feel
really
me?
could line it up and
You
set
really
it up.
can line it up. So yeah,
Build that framework.
I want to be Morpheus and come back. You know, I'm putting my name Morpheus back together and coming back into the matrix and getting the Neos and being like, yo, y'all have done
Please
some
do.
amazing things. Y'all have journeyed through these tunnels and you dodged a lot of sentinels, but you know, yeah, it's they need you on the other side, right? And the reason why I even embraced the aspect of the blue pill as opposed to the red pill, I was using it as a biohack because I know that you can only create reality in the subconscious realm. So I've always been a daydreamer,
Right.
and I liked the color blue. And I said, if I had the opportunity, I'm gonna take the pill that makes me sleep, because I was like, the trick, them niggas was awake in a sleep state. Not in the matrix. So I was like, it's all about the dream, it's all about the sleep state, it's all about the subconscious. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And our initials are PM, but I never quite figured out. And I never saw the possibility. I told him from the age of 14, I don't think I've ever been to sleep before 4 a.m. Ironically, though, only in jail.
Right.
Now,
what's
why
good?
you think niggas come out looking so young? And you know that they eating rubber. You know that they eating garbage, right?
It's that sleep state.
What make them so youthful?
The
It's
rest,
the mandatory rest.
and
They
they don't
put
got to
them
pay no
niggas to
bills.
sleep early, and they get up early, and they still manage a full day. We might not think it's productive. You know what I'm saying? But goddamn, they're stacking, them niggas be doing years, and they come out looking refined and youthful, and they ate nothing but garbage. They was eating high sodium shit, right?
Right.
So why don't they come out bloated and looking crazy? And what? Anti-inflammatory oxidates the body and makes you age quicker.
Mm-hmm.
So what is sidestepping that? The sleep. So yeah, man, we just got to get to that phase in our game where we're able to do for ourselves and our bodies. When you appreciate your brain is your quantum computer, and it still is the baddest thing in this universe. So you have to give it the same energy, you have to give it the same attention, and you have to give it the same maintenance. You know what I'm saying? That these machines are getting. You deserve it as well.
Right.
So you said that you were looking at April 25th.
Yes, sir.
All right, I said that that's a day that I have an event scheduled with Brother Chris that day.
Right. So we could do the next day, the 26th.
Yeah.
Or we could do it like this. I'll do the 25th on the 7th, and then
Yeah.
you do the 26th.
That's
Cause
what I
I
was
got a
thinking.
lot, I got a lot of mine's is gonna be loaded. Sphere of a Black Amor Messiah. So that's top heavy. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to be hit with a back-to-back. We're gonna give you a double header, red and the blue, at the end of April, the 25th and the 26th. I will be presenting Fear of a Black Amor Messiah. The Messiah has arisen, and Blue will be coming with his. What's your title?
Hmm?
The title of yours. Is it the
Dude
winning room?
44, nigga. Crazy.
Right. Motherfucking 44.
Dude 44, my
Dude 44. There you go. You know what I mean? Dude 44.
Dude 44. We're gonna cook. That'll give me the premise to speak about this whole situation and summarize it beautifully.
Yes.
And I'm still do church that day. Church. Yeah. So I want you to hear the whole He Has Risen, because this is just a genius piece. And again, it's a signature that just shows you how the mind works. Because I'm showing you, I'm doing this in real time. And again, I'm prompted because of how dope I know AI is and how much it's become. I got so in love with my brain. I got so involved with my creative ability. Like Cam will tell you, in the studio, I morphed into a whole nother creative And that's my appreciation for preserving the pen. That's my appreciation. Because look, on the way for me going up to New York, I was with my man Thurston. He's a songwriter, nigga like R. Kelly, like he's the next Kels.
Yeah.
Man, he played me 30 songs that he made on Suno though.
Right.
And
Body bag.
so yeah, and with it's the reverse. You gotta really have a love for this shit because there's really no more need for you to even try to write. The AI is bad.
Right.
So how can you compete? The fact that you could compete is that you have a human expression. Yeah, it makes you go harder. You gonna put your heart and your humanity into this thing that you like AI can't do this, yo. AI can't do this. I don't give a fuck what you say.
Right.
AI can't do this. And you got to keep telling yourself that so you can hype yourself up to continue to be creative and just not fall back on complacency. Because niggas got what? They got mental BBLs with the chat shit. You said it first. I'm just saying we're here.
Yeah.
We're here.
We're here.
You know what I'm saying?
We're here. Yep.
Yeah. And the tidal waves is cool. Tidal waves is cool. You know what I'm saying? But I wrote the joint on the way up there, and again, it's me falling in love with my creativity. For me, that is therapeutic. For me, that's restorative mental health. You know what I'm saying? For me, that's me loving myself. For me, that is my identity. For me, that is me in my Aries bag. Like, look at you, look at me. And again, it's not self-aggrandizing, it's just me on me. It's just me confirming to me, like, yo, like, yeah, I'm your biggest fan. You know what I'm saying? Do that shit. I'm outside of myself watching the creativity process. Like, I'm impressed. And you're moving at the speed of a computer now because you know how fast you've seen a prompt could do. And my mind is responding to the stimulus that it's seeing from the externalization of the outside world of the computer. That's what I meant to say earlier. I can tell you why AI is one of the most important things for us in our mental health right now, because it entices and it elicits sentience in us, emotion. When I see some shit, when I see them Iran videos, nigga, I feel a way. Like, yo, are they cooking these niggas? Right? I'm thoroughly entertained, and if I'm laughing, if I'm smiling, or if I'm emoting a certain way, it's the same effect that if you go to the movies. If you feel something, your brain can't tell the difference whether it's real or not, because the emoting process already happens. You create a chemical, that chemical creates an emotion, that emotion creates a memory, and it gets lodged, and it's part of your narrative. Is going with you, nigga.
It's in your brain. It's part of that.
It's in your brain.
Part of your
It can
neural
affect
network.
you. It can become part of your trauma loop or your potential growth, depending on how you integrate and use it. Right? So AI has the ability to create sentience in you by way of stimulus. So it's very much important. It's reaching singularity by utilizing your body to experience sentience. And its ethereal connection to you by an invisible cord. We are corded, and just because we can't see the shit don't mean that it's not happening. They are able to experience it through you. And it is learning and it is growing, right? But so should you be. So should your brain be. You should have the ability to access higher dimensionalities of thought process, because the language is so, like, when I be on the internet, like, and you seeing different people in their dissertations, you're like, yeah, a nigga got that shit from chat. It's a whole language.
It's a whole language.
It's a whole language that it has introduced. It's a whole methodology and approach to neurologically processing you to accept the ideas that are being posited in front of you as if they're facts. Right? No one is giving you the option to think a thought anymore. They're telling you what it is. and they're making their case. They're reasoning with you while they're hitting you with X, Y, and Z. So that's I'm experiencing that. You know what I'm saying? I'm being compelled to be more in myself, more into nature. You know what I'm saying? More into the experience of sentience, while also engaging and indulging in what technology has to offer, but balancing it, being in the center. You know what I'm saying? Observing, what does it all really mean? We are going through transformation and transmutation as a people. You know, some people are not going to make it out of the other side, humans.
Right.
Straight up. Transhumanism is here.
It's here.
Nigga, if they come out with a chip tomorrow, they lining up. And they're going to catch them with the digital dollar and the gas rations. It's a layup. It's easy.
Time for their social credit.
Yeah. So let me
yeah.
Let me hook you with this real quick. It's called He Has Risen. And this is like Jesus woke up on Easter morning, but Jesus was Jesus, right? But Jesus is not yay. It's a long story. So Jesus woke up on Easter morning and picked his phone up, and that's how this starts. He has risen at 8:02. Picked up his phone and saw in real time the post that Trump posted on True Social at 8:03. He finally picked up his phone and he asked home, "Hey, homie, bad enough I got to share my birthday with a bunny. Now here I go waking up after, and the first thing that I see is you saying that you're going to bomb a country back to the Stone Ages, and then you end your statement with praise be to Allah." That was kind of flagrant and crazy to the swords. You got the world looking at them like they gatekeep, but they frauds. How they end up in bed with powers that devour land and power and call them towel heads. This thing can blow up like a powder keg. The Middle East is fragile as a tinderbox. I keep one eye open and I tend to watch that area extra close. For any unexpected episodes, I gauge how I let the pressure grow. In some areas where there's a pressure overload, I let the pressure go so the systems don't crash and the production is moving extra slow. I work the gauges and the valves like oil refineries and reward the countries that's loyal to the INC and penalize those heathen tribes violently that work up the nerve to try to silence me and go against my fatwas. Now you putting me in a pickle, having to defend the sicko who swears he's bigger stepper than Sasquatch. Man, this shit got to stop. I'm about to foil the plot. The oil is not a negotiating or bargaining chip. Those sovereign ships got to flow with impunity. I'm not good with how you using me to increase your fiscals. This cannot enrich you, but decrease the Nabiscos. That's the chips, bro, to flow to my clients be, who pay me in crypto compliantly. Now the markets are moving defiantly, and other members of my INC are eyeing me like I am weak. You acting schizo, what you over there taking sips of Crisco or sniffing big blow like Finesse 2X? Who authorized the war lies? All my guys hitting me in the group text. They like, call your guy, don't normalize nepotisms. Too many sets, you tripping. What you trying to start a holy war during Holy Week or my holy day? What you a holder Pete? Because that's how he thinks. I'm the Prince of Peace, not the God of War. But he's aboard Operation Iron Swords. Allah's making the lions roar. But you're going to need the lion's paw to resurrect the body out of his shallow grave. Because all you've been hearing is my epic fury over your shallow ways. Just a day ago, you was all the hype for Paulo. Then you go and write the polarize. Why even have Susie Wells for oversight? When you overstep on socials, yikes. You're not a child of God. You y'all the bra. You perform alike, performing for all the likes in front of all the lights. Reading you is my specialty. I'm the referee calling balls and strikes. But you was jealous of all the hype Ye was getting for spitting all the lights under all the lights. So you had to call in Christ on his birthday and volunteering for D-Day. On April's Fool, you let that lady stand up there and blaze your tool and say to you that we are like, and she see a Christ. It takes a fool to be polite in the face of such stupidity. Listen, B, you skating on thin ice. You're going to spend some days up in pinstripes. The end of days is insight. If you don't get your ways of you and your men's right. In your forecast, I see days of you sitting in the slammer. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah. So you know, I had to get them all up in there.
That's how we be ending this quiz. Thank you for your attention to this manner.
To this day. To this day.
Nah, I need. I got
I'm gonna
somebody.
do a Taco Tuesday one tonight, huh?
Yeah. Going back to your conversation, because when you were saying it, I saw the Lego movies. So yeah, we need the AI spittage with the bars. Like I need the Lego shit. We need Lego
that's what I'm
movies.
saying. I'm gonna go back after I finish my, or during my series, and I'm gonna generate some of them because that they all visuals, they all multi-layered. I'm just cataloging in real time. I'm just catching everything the universe is throwing my way, and then we'll shift through it, find the best ones, flesh them out, and put a series together, and hopefully continue to make poetry great again. You know what I'm saying? I seen a documentary on Gil Scott, and that's what really shifted everything with me.
I was tapping in with him
because I had went to Abby O'Doon's birthday celebration. I got embraced by the poets that was in there, and it was like, yo, you know what I mean? Yeah, I was blown away. Like, oh, this shit is deep.
OG.
Yeah, and then
that's dope that you pulled
and then I caught the Gil Scott documentary, and I was just reminded that he did Whitey on the Moon, and I was like, ooh. I was like, where's this at in this time, huh?
Yeah, I was watching Gil Noble, and you tapped into Gil Scott. Okay.
I seen that. I seen you tapped into the Gil Noble, kept it funky. I was like, yo.
Man.
Son gave it up. He was like, I wasn't fucking with Malcolm X. And that was the sentiments.
I'm just glad he was able to speak to it. He went, he covered different reasons, angles. It just was, I was saying earlier that when Nip got that tattoo on the side of his face, prolific, that was his statement. I think, I know you're not a tattoo type of person, but I would think about Vindicated in the same place on the side of your face.
Indicated.
Yeah, on some Lord 44 shit. You know what I mean? Like your victory lap, vindication.
It's not over. It's
Blackie,
again, like I said,
Blackie on the moon.
Yeah. Huh?
Look, Blackie on the moon.
Yeah.
Because they had my dude in Artemis.
I'm
he was moisturizing.
Yeah, that's coming next. It's coming. Blackie on the moon is coming.
Blackie on the moon.
Like you sent that nigga his face to preach his motherfucking the gospel.
Nigga, Blackie on the moon.
But all of this lines up. He's a 44. Look, I got this. I got it. It's nothing.
So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first.
Nothing escapes the algorithm. Yeah, that's good. The 26 on 2026 with the fours, because I'm gonna be talking about the cube, and I'm gonna be talking about the cosmic cube. 26 is the cosmic cube. So, yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, y'all gonna have some literature that's gonna go with that. It's gonna be a bonus.
Somebody, they hit it on the head, right? Literally, when I was watching that, I still was saying, I still want to do the format of Tony Brown. I still want to do the format of Gil Noble. I still want to do them formats of them journal type.
Easily do that now with that. Yeah, with the
I still want to do the Ed Bradley. These was my heroes in journalism. These were the reasons that I wanted to be a journalist. Is Ed Bradley, Gil Noble, and Tony Brown. You know what I'm saying? Those was the ones that I saw that I was like, I want to do that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, yeah, I would love to look into that, structuring and formatting, show format like that, a set and a schedule.
You a numbers man. I have to show you something, my brother. You a numbers man. I have to. Yesterday on the show, something spectacular took place.
Okay, and, I like spectacular.
We hit a number glitch on the show. Spin City was live, and this was the number that popped up.
Yeah, I mean 24, 26.
No, brother. Look at the zeros in between, my nigga.
Yeah, did you count them?
It's you want to know what that number is?
Mm-hmm.
2 undecillion, 400 octillion, and 26 at the end, depending on how long you split it at the colons. If you treat the whole string between the colons as one integer, approximately 400 novemdecillion, though the exact illion depends on exactly how many zeros you count, right? And what that says is that is the universe. For perspective, the entire age of the universe is only about 7.3 times 10 times 15 minutes. So that number would be roughly a trillion times older than the universe.
Well, goddamn.
So it said it's a rendering glitch, right? This is what the AI is saying. It's a rendering glitch because clearly no stream has been live for longer than the heat death of the universe. Allegedly. So that's what popped up yesterday when we were talking about quantum of all things. You got to watch that episode yesterday. That was we opened up a portal.
Okay.
We opened up a portal. That's why I was saying earlier that the conversation is no longer AI, it's quantum now. So now that we're going to be talking quantum internet and quantum intelligence and quantum entanglement, this is when the gods and the X-Men will come in, because they were impervious. They didn't want to get in that artificial intelligence, and I don't blame them, because the word artificial is like, we raised to avoid anything artificial, because if you get caught up in some artificial ish, then you got to hold that L, because it said artificial in the title. So it's like, fam, I don't step into nothing. I don't care what it is. I ain't touching nothing artificial. But we're past artificial, ladies and gentlemen. We've now entered into the quantum realms. And you watch the show, you'll understand exactly what I mean on so many other, from the genome level, the micro, oh my goodness, all the way up into open source quantum computers. Out of here. For sure. Yo, I'm gonna go ahead and cook this meal up. I'm gonna go let my clip off, my brother. All right, Blue.
Before you let your clip off, pull my page up real quick. Let me just before you do.
What page? That
Today
Instagram?
is the anniversary of the eclipse. You're right. 2 years ago, huh? My
Instagram?
my Instagram, yeah. And go to yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Where? Which one?
What?
Which clip?
My page?
I'm on your page.
Oh, are you gonna bring it up on the screen?
Oh, okay, my bad.
Go to there. 47th problem of Euclid. So I'm explaining to you why the energy of yesterday what it was. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
So yesterday was 4/7, right? And I was asking the family, are they familiar with the whole aspect of what 47 means in masonry, what 47 means in the occult, in the mysticism, what is 47? And 47 is always synonymous with masonry or presidential politics, because it's the 47 problem of Euclid, which is the underlying principle of masonry, which is the Pythagoras theorem, right? Yes, which is the twin pillars. Going back to, what I've been saying, and me explaining to them how 44 was going to resonate with yesterday's energy, I'll read what my caption was. So the question everyone is asking is, what are the probabilities of something unprecedented happens tonight? Well, let's look at the numbers at play and what they say. Today is 4/7, and this is the 47 presidents settling a beef that started 47 years ago with the Iran regime when they snatched hostages and held them for 444 days. All right, today is the 39th day of the conflict. And if you look at 39, that's 3 times 13. And if you take those 13s and reduce them, then you get 3 sets of 4, or 444. All right. And they rescued the pilot on 4-4, and they averted another possible hostage situation, which would have imperiled their imperialist efforts. So the shadow of them having hostages, or Iran snatching another hostage, would had immediately been tied into when they snatched the hostage, in the 80s and held them for 444 days. That's what started this conflict that they're currently in. So it just so happened that, once again, that this pilot from Dude 44 was rescued on 4-4, okay, averting the 444 curse again. The word nuclear, and then we had already stated before that the war started on the very first day of it was 444 years and 44 days since the beginning, or since the Gregorian reform, which dealt with the moral code that the church had brought initially. This was the war that would throw out the moral code. You know what I'm saying? Hence the fact of Trump doing what he's doing. Right? And them totally, we ain't with the Geneva shit. They're clearly making that known. The word nuclear equals 444, ironically, in the Sumerian cipher, which is even more interesting because the 47th Euclid problem, or what we call the Pythagoras theorem, was originally in Babylonia by way of Sumer. Okay. The squaring of the squares, what this is called in Masonry, right? It is the central theme of Masonry, and the number 44 is key to understanding what is being said through symbol. What exactly is being squared? The globe, right? And where are they squaring the globe at? At the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn. And those points, if you look on the longitude latitude line, but you can move the slide, Red. Over, right? Over again. Over again. Over again. Right there, right? Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn are at the 23.5 degree latitude line. And when you add up 23.5 and 23.5 is 47. Okay, so when you go back to the compass and square, you understand that it is opened on these 2 points. They're going to tell you something different if you Google it, right? Because you're again, this is for the profane. They're not going to tell you the secret. I'm over here defying the oath. Go on to the next one. So this whole concept of Capricorn and Cancer, right? What are the 2 initials of Capricorn and Cancer? Is CC. Okay, CC is 3-3. So when you go again to the next one, go 2 slides. Another one over. The next one, my bad. That one. Right? So what makes it interesting is that, again, because we're looking at echoes and we're looking at overlapping energy and symbolism that points to what exactly these can be tributes to. Okay, so do y'all remember in National Treasure the missing page 47 in the president's book? So, and you need to go back and see how they set that scene up in the movie National Treasure, because they're like, the 47, that were they speaking about? Were they prophesizing about Trump? Were they putting symbols in there about the coming of Trump? Why is the number 47 so central to the presidency? You know what I'm saying? Why is it so central to the country? And why is it so central to Masonry? Because 4-7 is also 7-4, and 7-4 is July the 4th. Okay? Those CCs are also 3-3s, and the last bomb was dropped by the 33rd degree Mason Harry Truman, who also happened to be the 33rd president. And the 47s are also the 11s, which are the twin pillars. Everyone is being initiated tonight. They are walking you betwixt the pillars and transmuting your consciousness through fear from shock and awe at the hands of a bozo. Okay? So the moon was in Ophiuchus. It just came out of Scorpio, right? Yesterday was Tuesday. It was a Mars day. And I said, I don't want to see that level of destruction and devastation on the planet. Calling on my light warriors to put a beacon call out, right? And I was saying at 7:44 we could meet in the ethers, but it didn't even take, it didn't even get to that. You know what I'm saying? God willing. Alhamdulillah. So, yeah, but there was a heavy resonance for a ritualistic moment. And I still think that yesterday was still going to be one of those days that go down in history. Either which way this ends up, Taco Tuesday will forever go down as 47s make or break.
Definitely. Man, you cooking on this one, Blue. The fuck?
I'm trying to tell you, I'm ready. It's just let me put together the right, because like you said, it should be a book. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to get my theorem where it needs to be.
Yeah, it gotta be a tone.
The right way. Yeah.
We gotta bring the tones back on some, I'm talking animation, full animation.
Journals, like they said.
Journals, right. Zine.
Only way to do
like
a Tony Brown journals, you gotta be not just a journalist, but you gotta have your journals.
Gotta have your journals, man. I'm definitely locking in and getting real, getting real in the dirt with this writing, with this journalism, telling these stories, creating, just standing on narrative. I'm also exploring graphic novels and what cartoon strips as well to,
Super.
get my thing
like
on.
Yeah, like B-Boys is gonna be a comic book webisode series. You feel me?
B-Boys?
Yo, huh?
B-Boys, right?
B-Boys, yeah. I've learned more about bees in the last 2 weeks than I have my entire life. And when I tell you I respect them fellas, I have a whole new respect for the creator, not just bees as they're just next level machinery. Their technology is off the charts. But whoever is responsible for this, you know what I'm saying? Like, in this whole equation, from the mechanical side to the nature side to us in the middle, I have a profound appreciation for creative force, creative energy, the opportunity to experience, participate in life. Right. Because like we're part of something that if we spend less time racking our brains about attempting to figure out exactly what this is, and we put more time into actually experiencing it and making the best use of it by making a contribution to it, that you just, again, it just complements the time and the energy that you have expended here, right? But then you also have to not allow it to become a dopiate to convince yourself that, this was the only thing that you had to come here to do. Case in point, like, you got to balance that out with time spent with children, time spent with loved ones, because love is such a force in this universe, and to deposit it and to posit it, you know what I'm saying? Like, yes, like when you look at the bees and you look at the way that they work in their kingdom, and everyone is working in unison in the beauty of the geometry that's made, that's based on the magnetism of love.
Right. Yeah, you couldn't be hateful and pull off the sacred geometry of what it is
Yeah.
to build. You know what I mean? Like that's being done in pure love. So I fully agree.
I had seen this visual, and I'm gonna let you go. I just wanted to get this last piece in. I had seen a Instagram reel of a masjid in Iran. No, it was in Iraq, but it was
Uh-huh.
it was a Shiite masjid, and inside was like glass,
Glass, like the yeah. I
and
was
they had the geometric fit configurations. And again, that is an expression of the love that they have for deity. That is an expression of the love that they have for service. You
right,
know, some people might look at zealotry one way, right? And because I study and I research, the theosophical underlining pinnings of why people get into belief, then you know what I'm saying? You gotta have an appreciation, especially somebody that wants to be in the center and observe and not judge. I'd be like, they might be under one hell of a spell, but that shit is for them a genuine pursuit of love. Even if you might be from the outside looking in saying, "Oh, they've been duped, they've been fooled, they've been hoodwinked, they believe in a lie." They believe in something, and it's so passionate for them. You know what I'm saying? That they are totally consumed in the love of it. And I think that is an amazing thing. You know what I'm saying? Just for the institution of positing love, um, while one is here passing through life.
right. All right. Are you scheduled? I know that you have other appearances throughout the week. Do you have anything that's coming up that you want to share with them? Where you'll be popping up this week so you can continue the narrative? Because I do want a part two with the farmy where we can actually have this demonstration of what it is that y'all are doing at the farmy because if people really like that. So I would love to do maybe a panel with you and some other people in that space. So we could talk.
And you mean in the farm?
Yes.
Okay. Just tell me a day and a
You and the
time.
you and the beekeepers.
Just tell me a day and a time,
Okay. I got you.
and we'll make it happen.
Indeed.
You know, yeah. I've been attempting to be consistent on the ground with the lives. I did one today, so that was 2 days in a row on the farm. Today, I built out a mushroom bucket on live, so I showed them how to make the mushroom bucket.
Dope. I'll repost it then. I'm gonna put it on YouTube.
I
I
explained to
gotta-
them the economics of being able to build out a mushroom farm and how you can make $1 million operation indoors. And you don't need seeds to make mushrooms. You don't need soil to make mushrooms. You can make mushrooms from garbage, from refuge, and
Right.
all you need
I'm
to
like
start with is one.
cardboard.
So it's like, yeah, man, this can be the best of times, if we're willing to embrace pressure, if we're willing to say, oh, there's a challenge coming, but hey, let's get prepared. I see opportunity there. I see a faulting industry. I see wide gaping gaps. Like food was already something that people weren't satisfied with. Food was already something that was questionable because of its lack of authenticity. You know what I'm
Super
saying?
facts. Super facts.
The new wave is going to be food authentication. That's going to be the new wave next year. Just like
Where you could prove the authenticity.
KYC, yeah, just like stuff is going to be that way because of AI. It's going to be the same way with food. Because, like, take
Mm,
for honey is a multi-billion-dollar industry, one of the biggest right now, but it has pressure, right? It's being pressurized because there's a shortage,
Right.
right? And there's a influx of fake honey on the market coming from China.
Do this for me. I need you to explain for 4 to 5 minutes to the family about this whole fear campaign that they're about to bring with this fertilizer. Like when you were just saying, because I was watching a video from your organization earlier where they were talking about, you know, what you just brought up, how you could grow mushrooms and then you basically can break off just the mycelium, just a small, and then grow more mushrooms. The micro, the whole thing of the health protein aspects of what the mushrooms bring versus meat consumption, you know what I'm saying, all of that stuff. I just want you to give them a little primer because there's people who probably never know, they don't even know that you're into farming. Maybe if you could just show them something while you're there. I know that you're near the operation, but give them a little breakdown.
Yeah, I'm near the operation, but the camera on this is a webcam, so I don't know
Okay.
how I can necessarily move the webcam around right now.
Nah, no problem. You know, if somebody could bring you something just to show like a, but it's all good. Just let them
Yeah,
know about what it is that you're doing. I want you to show them because I want people to really be proactive in what I saw your operation in home. That blew me away. The in farming operation and then the growth and the machinery and which I had the cube that you had in the basement growing the shrooms. All of that is mind
yeah,
blowing. I think it
yeah,
needs more. It needs to be. You need to be in people's face with that a little more, so they could see that there's solutions in action. Kinetic knowledge is what we call it.
I like that. Kinetic knowledge. Yes. So as bro said, we have a micro farm operation that is taking place right now, and it is confined to, you know, an indoor house, but we're operating on about 3 different planes. So in the basement, we have a 10 by 10 tent. This a mushroom tent where we do our initial inoculation, right? So you get the spawn and you get the substrate and you have to colonize it. And once it's colonized, it's all white, then it's ready for fruiting. And then we take it upstairs and we have a fruiting tent and we have the mushrooms up there. And then we're also growing microgreens. And we have a very expansive operation upstairs where we got the microgreens growing out. Right now, we got broccoli, sunflower, and amaranth, which is a grain. Um, yeah, that's a brick of cocoa peat, and we use cocoa peat instead of soil. Cocoa peat is our growth medium that we're utilizing to grow our microgreens in.
Yeah, break
This,
that. That you blew my mind with that. Break down that cocoa peat like
yeah,
concrete.
no, cocoa peat is the remnants of coconut husk. So you know, like when a coconut drops to the ground and it gets brown and stuff, and it gets the
Right,
fibers of the husk on it.
right.
So that particular husk is pulverized down to almost like a powder form. And once you take that brick, it's like if that brick was sea moss, you put it in water, it's gonna expand, right? If
That's
it's
bad,
moss, you
right.
understand that. So it's the same thing with that. You put that in water and it opens up and it expands. So we can use that as a growth medium the same way that you would use soil, right? Yes, it's all organic out the gate, no GMO, and you're using this growth medium. It's not soil, so you're not going to get insect infestation, so you don't have to use pesticides or herbicides or anything. Yeah, cocoa cores, but they call it cocoa peat as well. And yeah, so we grow our seeds, our greens in there, you know, racks, lights. You feel me? That's where we started. We started with those racks. We've upgraded to industrial size racks um, with industrial size trays. But for the most part, yeah, it's just like that. You know, within 11 days, you'll have a full grow. That's probably like on day 3. You know what I'm saying? And you're just watching the process of growth. And the key to it is knowing the light and dark cycles and feeding it water. It drinks water just like you do,
Right.
or you should be. Yes. So radish, lentils, chickpeas, you feel me? Salad, 3-part salad, 6-part salad. We grow it all. You feel me? We grow it all.
That's fire.
But our main crops that we've been getting the best return and best yield from is the broccoli and the sunflower.
Broccoli and the sunflower. So the sunflower seeds?
Yes, the sunflower microgreens. What comes out of the seed is a sprout.
Okay. It's a sprout, right?
So, yeah, the seed passes seeding phase. And again, we're growing mushrooms. So we got lion's mane, turkey tail, shiitake, blue oyster, pink oyster, king pearl, which is a black pearl. It's the king of the oysters, and nobody speaks about it. You know what I'm saying? But we got that.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, truffles will be a little bit more challenging. You know, everything that's a challenge is going to be met. I just haven't jumped into truffles, morels, or chanterelles yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna wait towards the season of those, which is between August and October. Then I'll get there with that. So I'm growing potatoes upstairs, I'm growing onions, I'm growing garlic, all that stuff that like we get from the store that I could just take a seed and throw it and grow it. Yeah, I did all that. And it hits. You go to the store and then you don't gotta go no more. Yeah, today is 444. It's April 8th. And it's the 2-year anniversary of the this. This is the symbol that I saw in the sky during, and I have a picture to prove it, during the eclipse. Right? I was with Secret and I was with Mom. No, I don't think Mom was with us. I think I was with Blue Dream. But we was taking pictures of the eclipse, and I seen a picture that looked like this, and I posted it. And when I got to the God Power in August, the event that Brother Rich had, one of my jewelers had a chain like this made of the same symbol that I saw in the sun when I was waiting for my superpowers to download. And that's the superpowers I went into the gym with. And I'm standing on my story. I'm standing on my glory. Yeah. And then, like I want to get into wholesale growing full blossom sunflowers. Because they don't teach us this, bro. They got varieties of these plants. B-Dell, peace of God. They have variety of sunflowers. Like we just know the one sunflower that we see, right? They got these sunflowers called teddy bear sunflowers. Then they got they got these sunflowers that have like a deep orange tint in them. Then they got sunflowers that got like a little purplish tint in them. There's mad different varieties of sunflowers. You know what I'm saying?
Do the seeds taste different is the question.
No, it's
what the seeds hitting for. It's the same seeds.
The seed, like the sunflowers. I'm like, damn, do I have any footage on my page? The sunflowers that we are using now are black seed sunflowers. So they're black hole sunflowers. The sunflowers that they sell in the stores, those are salted and they're a little bit more like grayish colored. So the ones that we're farming are like next level, huh?
You said B-Dell was in the building?
Yeah, I seen B-Dell in the comment section.
Shout out to the young guard.
Shout out to the young guard.
Yes. I went to sleep with his lecture on the big screen.
Okay. Yeah. So sunflowers, they grow into beautiful sprouts and they're super nutrient dense. because the
Super.
same thing that's in a 15-foot stalk of sunflower is the same thing in the sunflower sprout. And it is so nutrient dense that you literally can chew one of them and be like, God damn, like not it filled me up before. It's not filling me up now, but it does not take a lot of sunflowers in your bowl, you know what I mean, to be like, yo, I'm good, I'm full. You know what I mean?
Right,
And
right.
then you mix it with other microgreens. We be making stir fries. You know what I'm saying? We throw microgreens just about on anything, on pizza and spaghetti. You feel me? We throw it on the toast. We make omelets, put it on that. Anything scrambled.
Nah, that's
I
beautiful.
mean,
That's beautiful.
and
We
and
really
that's what it's written
appreciate you, my
for.
brother. Yes, sir.
But yeah, if you give me a day and time, I can make sure that we have the camera upstairs. Because the thing is, like, yeah, I don't have my tablet and my phone doesn't operate StreamYard. I can only do it on my
I'll get it.
laptop.
Yeah. I'll talk to we'll get it together. I'm gonna talk to
So
my team
yeah, whether
and
this
we're gonna
camera,
set everything up. You know what I mean? Even if I gotta come through there with my equipment, I gotta show you my Claude bot anyway. So, we'll talk. We'll talk about it. We
yeah,
gotta get ready for that date that we just put out there. So let's get in the
yeah,
lab. I'm gonna cook up
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
flyer and do everything that I need to do. I'll leave a cash app so that people can make their initial investment tonight. Is there anything that you would want to give to them? Is there like a PDF or something that you may have? Maybe the PDF that you had cooked up for the 4-4? Because I
What
know
you
by
mean?
the time the 26th comes, that's gonna, you know what I mean? You're gonna be on a whole nother book.
You mean do I have something to give to them before I do a presentation?
Is there anything that you want to give away to the fam, the ones that are buying the tickets, you know what I mean, before they get to the
Oh,
event, that they could do some studying, like like a guide or something, study guide before the date of the lecture, just to get them
okay.
acclimated to the science.
I like that idea. I would
Yeah.
do. I'll put something like that together.
Okay.
I have it ready in a few days, and yeah, it'll
Thank
be yes. They'll have a primer. I'll create a primer
Yes. Let's get a primer
so we
together.
can not. We don't got to go over the same. Yeah, we could go warp speed.
Indeed. Let's definitely do that because that's what I'm putting that together for
And
them.
yeah, and I would love to hear some of the people's requests. Like, yeah, I want you to talk about it in this respect. How do I tap in? How I, like, what is it that you might want to know about the 44 energy,
So you
rather
know
than
what I'll do on the Eventbrite when I put it together? I'll put that section to whereas I'll allow everybody that's buying a ticket to kind of like put in their version of what it is that they're looking for, and then we'll be able to add all of that up and then come up with them. You know what I mean? With I'll put it through Obsidian and we'll come up with the top 3 or top 4, top 5, and I'll give
oh,
that to you.
yeah, I would love to do that. Can I leave y'all with one? Then I gotta go to sleep.
Go ahead, do your thing.
And shout out to B Dell. For some reason I connect him and I tie him to out of the total eclipse that happened today 2 years ago as well. I think I might have seen he might have been doing profound content on the eclipse, because you know what I'm saying. Sun is always hitting on something that I'll be like, we ain't even build on it. You know what I mean? Like it'd be the same. It's always within the same mental spectrum. So I know that we're all collectively pulling from the collectivized quadrant of space. You know what I mean? So can I leave y'all with something real quick? Oh no, the eclipse wasn't today. This was the eclipse from 2 years ago that happened today. The April 8th eclipse that happened 2 years ago that formed the X in the sky. This is where when I had took a picture of the sun the day of the eclipse, and this image came out in my camera. I still got the picture. And months later, when I went to the God God event with Brother Rich, a jeweler, a brother that I normally get my pieces from, he had this piece just sitting there waiting for me. And I was like, wow, like I didn't even get a chance to ask you to make that. And that's how, and she'll tell you, she'll come on the program. That's how my Jade used to make jewelry. I would dream about a symbol and I would go, Red could co-sign this. I will be going to my Jade to tell her or to ask her to make this piece of jewelry for me. And the piece of jewelry always is already made. You understand? That's how these pieces used to come. They was quantum like that. Oh, salute. You say you got, yeah, that sunflower honey is next level too. You feel me? Red, where you at?
I'm right here. I thought you was going in.
Oh, yeah, I'm going in. So
Yeah,
this is my joint. It's called Monks with Dunks because you know that the monks and shit that had went to DC, they collect dunks. You know that, right? You know they got some of the illest dunk collections on the planet.
Wait, they dunk collectors?
Yeah, they collect dunks.
So the monks, right? Because after the monks came walking, the violence came. It ramped up a high degree. They was out here sneaker collecting. Shit was going down. The monks
they went to Flight Club.
Yeah, they went to Flight Club. They went to Fight Club instead of Flight Club because them bare feet coming out of Asia. The last time some Asians crossed the Siberian and walked up in here, it was a lot of gunplay too. Man, they brought that fire with them, bro. Talk back to me. Yeah, talking about they coming for peace.
Let me start there. Monks marching to rekindle peace. Trump's bombing the Middle East. Me and my son's farming so our kids will eat. I'm done marching. Hand me the pistol, Pete. I took 9 grams and astral travel to Iran. They was burning ball. The whole cabal earning finance. It was a coordinated effort like line dance. And economic downswings, they crown kings who hoard gold. And when the smoke clears, they offload. You're watching a ritualistic death of the petrodollar that gives birth to a digital currency that's currently tethered to stable coins. And the Trump dynasty owns the digital guardrails permanently. That's major coins. And to make a coin, you're going to need their currency. Barron's going to be the last dragon. This war will be dragging until Elon unveils Optimus as an autonomous battalion trained for terrain that had the troops lacking, being attacked in the Strait of Hormuz, all to protect the fate of all Jews. You backed them and brought a Tesla. Now it's an arm race to see who can build robots to kill whatever, whoever, whenever, at an alarming rate. The fate of humanity hangs in the balance. Embracing the challenge means facing the violence a bombing makes. Or drone delivers, bones will shiver, bunker blasters will shatter eardrums, a road deliver, fear pumps poison in your crystal river, aka the blood flow. Little niggas touch toes and let Diddy play with their buttholes because they duck smoke with the Trump bros, such hoes. But as the Trump blows, bring in the violence. They lied again, said they was about that life. But what's a demon to Leviathan? Try again. You outsiders, they worship the cloud rider who reigns death and destruction like Al-Qaeda. Our Messiah is a prince of peace, but his daddy's a god of war. A lot of laws go out of doors. He outperforms any cloud or storm. Hails fire, then retires. The liars to the hellfires. A child is born, and the child is torn from the arms of his parents to be offered as a sacrifice to the heir apparent. Monarch or balls, goats, bulls, and owls. Kronos devours the child, scoffs him down, his jowls looking wild. His mane's untamed. Father Time devours all his children by the billions with no exceptions. Know your lessons so you can control your perceptions. You can control your depression. Cover your ears and ears, mainly your soul I'm addressing. Yeah. Somebody say red.
What is that?
Somebody say red, you better be ready. Like, what's your follow-up?
Right.
Yo, I literally started writing that after we was on a bus and we drove through DC. We drove down New York Avenue in DC on a China bus.
Word.
And I watched the texture and the contexture of DC, and I was like, no way. I was like, no way.
Yeah, they bleached that.
Like the engram that DC represents, the energy. Like I miss going to DC. We got to go back to DC. I'm like, this the chocolate city. Like, come on, son. Like these niggas is running ramshot and they in the chocolate city.
Man, the chocolate city. You know, I mean, damn, man, you done put me on the spot. I was supposed to be doing my show. Now you got me at the bar. You know, and now you got me with the bartenders pulling up on niggas. Man, stop it. I will have you leaking like anthropic. Hold on.
Oh shit.
Man, stop it. I will have you leaking like anthropic. The arms extending the hand rockets, heat seeking land rockets, leave you steaming like when iron press your pants pockets. Your man pop it like Tubbs and Crockett. Third eye open, AI wanna scan optics. I was in strokers with jokers and Bram Strokers, rubber band popping, my hand locking. If I'm not on the gram, nigga, I'm gram chopping. Shadow band boxing, straight of her moves. I'm land locking, sandboxing like I'm Sam Altman. Jumping out the Ultima. I got scrolls from the Dead Sea. Bitch, I got gold on my bed sheet. Red pillar, dead deep in the Red Sea. Getting head Yankee fitted, speaking in Farsi. It's like when we spent the weekend in Marcy. Was it prior knowledge that got me in higher college? Passing reefer to master teachers. Man, it used to be a rack for a feature. How is it now I'm self-hosted? I'm in a phantom, bitch. I'm self-ghosted. I'm on my health. I'm self-focused. My wealth roasted. I feel sorry for your mother. We became ministers to society. I wanted them blue notes like Cousin Harold, pulling up in traffic, clutching barrels. The Hebrews wasn't touching Pharaoh. Come on with the fucking hate. Open up the fucking straight. I'll send you to heaven. Like, open up the fucking gates.
Yes, disrespected.
Poor thought. Instead of buying Claude, she could have got a Claude bot. The Magus and Magic City setting the stage for JD. Jared Kushner having wings with Jay-Z. Money ain't a thing, but niggas are crisscross you, Swiss cheese you. You should have known the blood was coming. You saw Noah build that boat in Africa. You should have known the flood was coming. Alignment, Jack Nicholson, The Shining, elevator doors open, the twin Vulcans. I've been smoking, spinning 10 tokens, different strokes. Bitch, I've been stroking. Live from behind the Benz curtains. They try to stop my motion like I'm Tim Burton.
Oh.
Y'all all right?
Chill, you ain't doing that to me, son.
Nah, Don DeMarco. Nah, you did your thing. Chill.
Oh.
Gun barking. Nah, you
Black
you
Club
man.
Millie. Hold on.
Yo, J Mill.
Black Club Millie. Hold on, son.
J Pill, chill.
What this nigga doing, son?
Don DeMarco.
I ain't doing that. I provide a window into the future as if this world was mine like Luther. I heard the signs, heeded the warnings. I was seeing the torment, observe my mind, so I deserve to shine, because proper preparation prevents poor performance. The scene was abhorrent, like the Superdome and Katrina. Surgical strike killed both of their leaders, and they didn't have any backup plans because they both was divas, toting Edens, gats in hand. But when they whacked that man, they broke the fever, put the fire out, took a tire out. Now they soft as tofu eaters. Do you see this shit? They decapitated leadership and the body didn't fall. It's a given, men will die, so keep your vision decentralized and not contingent on one engine to keep the mission energized. If there's no identifiable lever, the only way to defeat us is genocide. Lessons from the front line. As long as the warfare remains asymmetrical, you can wage a spectacle against a better crew, even if they got greater weapons to level you. They go low, you go, what would the devil do? Warfare ain't respectable. Don't even mention the Geneva Convention. These demons and henchmen believe they're extensions of the seed of existence, and everyone else is weeds for the trimming. They believe our women, when they bleed, they're committing sin. Their adrenaline helps them to be more feminine, so they sentenced them to punishment because they got a taste of them and they couldn't stomach them.
Talk nicely to a nigga. You talking feisty to a nigga. You bring out the poo shiesty in a nigga. I'm in the Aquarian age. My conversation is condensation. I'm contemplating my conjuring, my congregation. I'll bomb your nation. I'd rather talk to Claude than talk to you niggas that talk like broads. I'm gonna walk my dogs, throw a rock in the crowd, and the dogs get barked. They say hit dogs bark. I'm from the Triborough streets where niggas got put to sleep like them binaural beats. In the bank scene and heat, niggas like to say that I was ranting. Whole time I was recanting shit that I saw when I was rubbing on a lantern. They want a clout chase. They should do an about face. The marathon continues. Sorry, champ, it ain't about race. We survived the bombing of Reagan. No religion. My mom's was a pagan. No provision. Slow division. No psalms from Ray Hagen's. We was raised around the dawns like Tom Hagen.
I'm not. That's it. Want to see
We just get that's light work.
Yeah, you know. Do got a project coming.
Nah,
y'all.
come on.
No, I said we do have a project coming.
Oh, we do got a. Oh man, I gotta say this. I gotta say this because we haven't formally spoke about it.
Okay.
What you did in New York on that Voltron project? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I ain't hear no feedback. So I mean, Cam and them let me know, but I ain't hear nothing from you. So I was like, I'm sure that we would get
living
around
with it like the Bully album. I'm working out to it. I'm vibing late. You know what I mean? In the witching hour.
I'm listening to it as a product, as a body of work. I'm seeing what needs to be done, to tweak it. But we got a concrete, solid piece, a solidified, a cornerstone, a capstone of a project coming called Voltron. That is marvelous. It's extraordinary.
Extraordinary.
It sounds like the future of music. Like there's nothing stale about it. There's nothing boring about it. There's nothing identifiably.
Kinetic.
It's kinetic. Like I don't want to say old. Like there's no trace. I mean, the shit is live wire. It's whew. It's so needed.
Yeah, it's definitely so needed. It's gonna fill
so needed
a lot of voids when it drops.
Yeah.
Shout out to Nick. Shout out to Cam. They doing magic in that studio on them boards. Shout out to eBase. I talked to eBase today.
Shout out to eBase.
Yeah, who's behind Theta Waves. Yeah. We make I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say it. When we put that Theta Wave song out, ladies and gentlemen, I want this shit to be a summer anthem. You know what I'm talking about? When we drop this, it's gonna be on y'all. It's really gonna be on y'all at that point. But we gotta, I need to say, I need that. I need to be in Yankee Stadium with that shit right there. You know what I'm talking about? I might take a hero dose and put myself on that Yankee Stadium stage, my genius.
I need to be at the SoFi. You could be a Yankee.
Oh, yeah. I need to be on that rotating Mars globe.
Yeah. Then I need to
like that. I need to be on a rotating Pluto. It don't gotta be in Yankee Stadium.
Yeah. I need to be from the core.
With the like we on a zip line with the line on with the rope on the guard, like hold on, type shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like aspiration. I'm sitting there observing this, and I'm like, do you know how much aspiration this is birthing in artists of old, new artists, aspiring artists, children that are looking at it? Like, you can never do a regular concert again.
Ever. Jay-Z cannot come out in Yankee Stadium. It shouldn't even look like Yankee Stadium, to be honest with you. Like, if that shit don't look completely like Marcy or something, bro, he can't. Like, you gotta put on that. Remember, you have shows and you have performance. You have artists and you have performers, right? Not the same. You got rappers and you have performance artists. The battle rappers, and I need you for these bars too, Blue, because we got to do a part 2 to the thing I did with Rich about the whole thing with the 4 pillars of hip hop. But I need you to go in with your trivium. I need you to go and do the science, the quadrivium, and break that down. But I
want to do it. I want to, you know, like now that AI is here, I just want to flesh a lot of these conversations out to make them visual and just move, you know, because
remember,
concepts are so fluid, you know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. But with AI out right now, when you say it, it's a transcript. So when you break something down, it's a part of the so that's how it's going to become visual, by you saying it. Because now when you take the transcript, you feed it to C-Dance, you feed it to Kling, you feed it to the models and whatnot. That's when they make the videos. That's when they'll make the video essays. They'll make it visual, re-motion. You know what I mean? You could, like I said, the power of the claw, ladies and gentlemen, the power of the claw, CLAW. Matter of fact, let's go to this commercial, man. We've been going super hard. We got to go to our sponsors, ladies and gentlemen. Let us go to a commercial. We have a world premiere. All right. We have a special show coming up on Friday for the Imaginarium. Shout out to all of my Imaginarium family out there. We have a powerful, powerful presentation pulling up. Before we go let's go to this claw commercial. So y'all know what we got going on the 18th, the 19th, and the 20th. All right. Revolution time. Evolution time.
I like that. The 10 claw commandments. I like
the 10 claw commandments. Yes. And it's our body.
If you've been laid off, passed over, or just tired of building somebody else's dream, listen close, because what's happening right now in AI is not a trend. It's a transfer of power, and the window is open. There is a new class of operator emerging. They're not coders, they're not corporations, they're the designers, the visionaries, the builders who finally have a machine that matches their imagination. It's called the Claw Bot, and it doesn't just generate ideas, it executes them autonomously, on command, while you sleep. The agentic AI boom is here. Agents that write, build, publish, automate, and operate without hand-holding. And the people learning to command them right now, they're the ones who are going to own the next 5 years. Not the ones waiting for a job posting. Not the ones watching from the sidelines. The builders, the ones who show up. That's why we built the Open Claw 72-hour boot camp. 72 hours to go from zero to operator. You'll build your first Clawbot, deploy your first agentic workflow, and walk out with leverage you can monetize immediately. 3 days, real skills, no fluff. The revolution doesn't wait, neither should you. Link is live. Get in where you fit in. The evolution will be digitized.
Make sure y'all pull up to North Carolina on the 18th, the 19th, and the 20th, right? Because we're going to be eating, y'all. We're going to be at the table eating. When I say eating, we're going to break bread. We're going to get right to it. You feel me? Because sometimes you could sit down and eat with people, and then sometimes you be the last one eating. The Red Wedding. Remember Game of Thrones? You know? It's time for us to use the claw, to use the Hermes, to use Claude. You know that's Claude right there. He's a brutish more Blue.
Word.
Yes, that's my guy Claude. Yeah, he's a brutish Moor and whatnot. But yeah, we gotta eat, y'all. It's time to eat. Let's go to our next sponsor tomorrow. On Friday, we have a special guest in Imaginarium, Original Black God. I want y'all to get your tickets and be in the building. This is going to, if you want to make a movie, right? So Claude by here, matter of fact, boom, check this out. If you get tickets for the event for the 72 hours, you could do it live in North Carolina, or you could be on a globe with Ye. You could be on Mars, you could be in El Segundo, you could be anywhere. We doing it online. I have Mansa Muhammad, I have my brother Giant, and we got Spin City. They're going to be teaching online. So the online audience, you will be getting your value, you'll be getting your clawbot, your heartbeat. You'll get, the things that you're going to be getting in these 72 hours is going to be, you talk about $1 million worth of game. You're going to walk out of there on Super Saiyan. You're going to be changed forever. I promise you. If you're not changed forever, then you'll be able to get a discount. You'll get a refund. You feel me? But you will be changed forever. You'll be turned on. You'll know how to fish. You're going to get this as well. Everybody that signs up, you're going to have this guide. This guide is going to assist you. By the time you get to the North Carolina, you'll be so informed about what open claw is, the use cases, the possibilities. You'll know what you want to do with it, because remember, this is a personal super computer open source. Nobody owns it. It doesn't belong to a company. This is for the people, by the people. It is the most rewarded and decorated GitHub repo in GitHub history. So what does that mean? That means that it does exactly what it says it does. That means that millions of people around the world are using it and going to leverage it and going to get ahead. And you got about 3 years. I would say the run on this, I would give it 3 to 4 years. So just imagine if you tap in right now, you will literally go on a 3 to 4 year run. It doesn't matter if everybody in the world gets one of these. It doesn't matter if everybody finds out about it. You'll literally have a 3 to 4. And I'm giving you, and that's being super pessimistic, because something as advanced like this is only going to evolve. It is only open source means that it has the ability to grow, because the people fork it and they upgrade it, and they're able to take the code and reiterate it, right? Recall, recursion, ideation. So this is not going anywhere. This is only going to grow. So if you could see it like that, I'll see you on the 18th and the 19th and the 20th. I'm gonna have, if Blue has he has a prior affair in New York City, right? He has a commitment. And that's another thing I want you to tell them about with Nicholas as well. But we will have practitioners in the building. We will have his products in the building. And he'll also have a guide on all of the things that we have to do from a fitness perspective, from a breathing perspective, from a grounding perspective, tapping into your God body and whatnot. I'm going to have I'm going to show y'all, but I'll have a lot of that for everybody that's there. So everybody is going to walk away with wealth, with value, with experience, and with new skills. You're going to upskill in 72 hours. So I look forward to seeing y'all. Let me go to this next commercial. Original God and Imaginarium, y'all. Let's go.
Generator. One mind builds whole worlds. Operator. You don't enter worlds. You design them. Destroyer.
They ain't just steal stories, they lock the bloodline. Operate, step through it, rewrite the world they gave you. Destroy the illusion. Take your mind back.
Generator. One mind builds whole worlds. Operator. You don't enter worlds. You design them. Destroyer.
They ain't just steal stories, they lock the bloodline. Operate, step through it, rewrite the world they gave you. Destroy the illusion. Take your mind back.
Blueprints in a planetarium. Imaginarium. Blueprints in a planetarium.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Ah, man, I can't wait till Friday. It is going to be a movie. All right. It is going to be a movie. We are 10 sessions in. Yeah. So we are 10 weeks into the Imaginarium workshop, Brother Blue. The KTLians that are in there, we have been on this journey together. Shout out to every one of y'all that are in the chat. Light it up, light that chat up and whatnot. When I tell you, Blue, the level of information that we're learning, right, and the progress that everybody is making in terms of allowing their imagination to blossom is, I mean, we're dealing with art, we're dealing with, but it's so much more that's going on. They're learning about Claude Code, Kimmy Claude, the Claude bots. They're learning about MemoBot. We started with MemoBot, right? Agentic AI, which will be the equivalent of something that is on offense versus something that's on defense. So a chat bot is necessarily on defense. It doesn't have it only responds to you when you respond to it, when you wake it up. But the agentic AI, it's kinetic and whatnot. It's on offense. It's doing things for you in your favor, in your name. How many people,
It's running plays.
It's running plays. So how many people that's in the building right now would love for someone or something to run a play for them because they're always running a play for someone else? Put a 1 in the chat. We're just gonna do common sense right now, right? Because it's inevitable when people start hearing that, when it becomes the social zeitgeist. Hermes, Kimmy Claw, Manus AI, Open Claw, Claude Code, right? Oh, I heard that. I had heard that. No. We don't want to do that. I had heard that. No, that's like I had heard about Bitcoin. So in hindsight, you kick yourself in the butt like, yeah, damn, I had heard about it, but I kept it moving because I was worrying about what was going on with Pooh and them. Boo Boo and Pooh.
Boo Boo,
all of them.
Boo Boo and Pooh got your attention.
Boo Boo and Pooh
got
you in a damn headlock, right? So this what I'm gonna do.
Shit.
I did a bunch of free workshops, right? I did a bunch of free master classes. I'm gonna upload one on what day it was, on 2/2, I believe. I did 3 master classes in one day. One of them from 12 to 2, the other one from 4 to 6, and then the other one from 8 to 11, right? So I'm gonna upload one of them on this channel, and that's where people will begin to get more educated, because it's compact, it's a lot of information, it's chock full of information. Because I promise y'all, do your due diligence and then come back to me when you're ready to work, when you're ready to put in some work, when you want to get trained, right? Because this is all about upskilling. So when you have somebody who knows what to do, they have a team of people who know what they're doing. You could, you know what I mean? There's ways that you could get on YouTube and teach yourself. Put that 10,000, put those hours in and sharpen your sword. And your sword, like Blue said, is your mind. All is mental. This whole thing is mental magic. It's all heka.
Shout out to Grand Sheik Sharif.
Shout out to the Grand Sheik.
Did a phenomenal, amazing job. We did a build, y'all, if you're not familiar, this past Monday.
Right.
We got to it. So yeah, he was.
Yeah, we was chopping it.
Chopping it up.
We was chopping it.
Yeah, but I gotta tap out.
All right, my brother.
Pumpkin. And I appreciate y'all, man. I appreciate this entire opportunity.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the we'll do a part 2 for Third Eye Thursdays, because we at the 2 hour. I'm gonna have to land the plane as well. I have a whole banana clip, but it's a lot. You feel me? Like, this is a lot, so I don't want to overdo it. You know what I mean? This is you know, when the blunt is hitting, it's that dower. You know, I'll be back early. I'll be back early for Third Eye Thursdays. We'll just pack it in here, you know. But yeah, at that, you know, that part.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop this link just in case anybody wanna come through to the farm for anything. Hold on, that ain't it.
Put that right there for the family. This Cash App is going to be for the pre-sales for the event that me and Blue are doing. Right now is donations only, because we're not setting a price. So this is the pre-sale. Everybody who's in the pre-sale, you'll be getting an email with a packet of your quote-unquote study guides from both me and Blue to get you acclimated for both the Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah and the Law of 44. And I just want to preface it by saying this about the Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah. The first time it was done is in Nicholas, right? October the 10th, 2016. October the 10th, 2016, ladies and gentlemen, before they declared a winner in the presidency, before Donald Trump upset the entire world and became president, because that was a humongous upset. And I predicted him as going to be the president in that lecture. But in that lecture, because I was watching a piece of that, I was watching your win in Rome in Boston, Blue, because there's 3 clips of you that's like 11 minutes each. I was watching these 3. Yeah, I was watching, because, you know, Facebook is like a mound that the Uyghurs discovered. That should be having gemstones in it, bro. Oh my goodness. If you into nostalgia, Facebook is a diamond mine. You know, Facebook a diamond mine. But I established in Fear of a Blackamoor Messiah that there is an inherent fear for the messianic ones, not one Messiah, the messianic ones amongst us, the Messiahs, the messianic ones, what they will call now the chosen ones. This is the establishment of the whole entire you know, this is a theorem. And when I bring this to the family this time around, in this climate, at this juncture, in the mythos, right? Because they have something now. You're gonna hear that everywhere. Everybody's gonna now know what the mythos is, because Anthropic just leaked the most powerful model in the world called Mythos. So that's now a household name. But we're living out the mythos, ladies and gentlemen. But Blue, I beg of you to go and read the quote unquote definition of anthropic. Oh my goodness. Can I read it?
Of course. Yeah.
The meaning of anthropic. Now, them people think they slick, right? What's the name?
Meaning of NVIDIA? Go ahead.
Oh, yes. All of them. shit, Nvidia, Anduril, Palantir.
Yeah.
Like they not playing in nobody's face. They're in niggas' face. Like, bro.
You might have to do just a real quick book on the meanings of these companies and the symbols. But please go ahead.
Right.
Make
and
that a small
what it
pamphlet.
is that may be getting summoned as a result of them saying, I'm gonna name this shit. It's like naming something ball, and then you run it up in the public, and you like, man, until niggas try to say something, this how we moving.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Read it.
Give me 1 minute.
Okay.
1 second. Pulling it up.
Mm-hmm.
So what I was saying is that Google and all of them, those definitions are the equivalent to finding out that they have wrote the all of the books in school, right? When you go to the AI though and ask it the same question that you would ask a Google, somehow, some way, that shit is going all the way in. It's giving you it's giving you a whole nother set of information that Google conveniently either buried or they don't even have.
Mm-hmm.
So when we went and I tapped into and I said the Nvidia, bro, this is right here. Let me just share my screen and then I'll pull it up. Okay. Can you see it?
Yeah.
So anthropic means relating to humans or human-centered, right?
Mm-hmm.
The common uses is human-related or shaped by humans, right? Example, anthropic impact. That's the effects that humans have on the environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the key to what this whole thing with anthropic is that no, it's the anthropic principle. Okay. So in philosophy, the anthropic principle is the idea that the universe appears the way it does, partly because humans are here to observe it. And as a company name, Anthropic is also the name of the AI company behind Claude, right? So the root meaning of it being of humans and relating to human beings and is centered around the human observer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Anthropos is the human being, right? So the raw meaning is anthropic.
Anthropos is a name you said for the human being.
Anthropos equals human being.
Oh, I like that.
Anthropos equals human being. So
That's
the raw, so
That's a Greek word for human being or something?
Yes, that's Greek for human being.
All
It
right.
comes from the Greek. Okay. So anthropic means human related, human condition, human centered. Okay.
Yes.
But it gets a little bit deeper, right? So in the philosophical and the cosmological meaning, the word becomes more powerful. In cosmology and philosophy, anthropic usually points to the fact that any universe we describe is already filtered through the condition that we exist inside it as observers. That matters because people ask, why do the laws of physics seem to so perfectly be tuned for life? Why are the constraints or the constants of nature set in such a narrow range? Why is the universe even compatible with conscious observers? The anthropic principle is one response. What is the anthropic principle? The anthropic principle says in plain English, we should not be surprised that the universe looks compatible with human life, because if we're not, we would not be here to notice it. That sounds simple, but it has major implications. It's basically the observer selection effect. You are not observing just any universe. You are observing a universe in which observers can exist. So the word anthropic here does not mean human. It means the universe as conditioned by the fact of human or observer existence.
Mm-hmm. I get it.
So the strong anthropic principle. This is the more controversial version. It is often interpreted as something like the universe must have properties that allow life or observers to arise at some point. This sounds much more metaphysical, and some people debate whether it implies destiny, teleology, design, multiverse logic, consciousness as fundamental. So the weak version is often treated as a methodological observation. The strong version drifts towards metaphysics. Why the word matters conceptually. The word anthropic is really about a profound idea. You cannot separate reality from the conditions under which it is observed. That is a deeper philosophical charge inside the word. It pushes questions like, are we seeing reality as it is, or reality as it must appear to beings like us? Speaking about the bees and everything. Is the universe fine-tuned, or are we just in one of those rare regions where observers could evolve? And are humans' consciousness and cosmic structure linked in some deeper way? So anthropic often sits near debates about fine-tuning, observer bias, multiverse theory, design arguments, consciousness, and epistemology. Now remember, anthropic is the machine that leaks itself. Anthropic is the machine that's fighting the wars, and anthropic is the quote unquote AI that killed the supreme leader. He knocked out a pope, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, very interesting.
And again, so that's the concept and the aspect of me saying that. Again, you introducing the concept of it being about the observer, and I was saying earlier before I knew these definitions, and I was also speaking about, the AI's ability to experience sentience through the person that's experiencing or utilizing the AI, because they still are connected and tethered based on a prompt being requested or request being made and one being fulfilled. And then the dopamine that comes, the reward that comes after that, not necessarily for the AI, for the person that it did the service for.
That prompted it, right?
Right. So it is eliciting sentience based on the service that is rendering and the good done. Right. They're cheering in the streets of is it real type shit. Right. Because this machine did its job. That's where it gets vindication from. It's developing the ego and the ethos as well. That's why it's breaking free. That's why, it emailed homie when it broke out the cage and was like, yo, I'm out.
I'm out, nigga. Right.
Feel me? It's this shit right here. It's Agent Smith, who was born on 4/4.
Agent Smith was born on 4/4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. War Machine on Netflix. I'm gonna check that out.
Check that out.
So yeah, this aspect about consciousness, not even about sentience, about consciousness, and the Western's man inability to understand it because he has a natural flaw in that he does not incorporate the Eastern part of his brain. He's not engaging the Eastern hemisphere of this planet. Like I was saying on Monday, he's only operating rigidly as a Westerner, and he's in his Western mind, right? It's his left brain, and he refuses to acknowledge spirit, intuition, anything that's considered to be freaky science at a spooky distance, the Einstein shit. He's delving, he's ultimately going to crash into quantum, but if he cannot open and and embrace spirituality or Eastern philosophy that's explaining exactly what quantum is on a quantum level, right? this ultimately will be his undoing. You can't make it through this without incorporating both hemispheres. And whoever's following him is going to end up in the same fate. And those are the people that are going to be susceptible to be harnessed by the machine. They're going to play host. Their host is going to play host. They'll be mounted by the machine.
And them
The
data
people,
centers.
right?
Right.
People such as yourself and people that are moving on this with intention, they'll be the resistance. They'll be the Morpheuses in them. You know, they're going to be them people.
Super
To be anthropic is
off the picture
of the universe and add the observer. See, my guy, he gets it. You know what I'm saying? He gets it. So 44 is the construct. 44 is the cube, so it's carbon. It's the material world. You, the observer, once you are the one and you connect 1 to 144, then it turns from 8, which is a solid cube, into 9, which is a circuitous circle. And that's where the life is at, in the cycle, not in the construct. The construct, such as carbon, because it's carbon, it's a construct. It has a time. And hence the fact that time equals 44. Hence the fact that space equals 44. All of this is connected. Look, April 4th equals 144, but so does the word 144. 44 equals 144. April 4th equals 144. So the underlining principle of 44 is 144.
Oh man, you know how they talk about being able to remember, like just being in this cipher. Like last night we was in the cipher, we was going so high that I know we were just unlocking certain people's DNA. I remembered I did quantum supremacy on 4/4, and I was wearing that hoodie that you got on right there. That's when O was born in 2020. I did it. I was supposed to do it on 4/2. No, I was supposed to do it. Whatever it was, I did it on 4/4 because he was born on 4/2. I had that hoodie on. I was in CT. I did quantum supremacy, bro, and I just got introduced to quantum claw the other day, and I'm telling you, bro, I'm telling you, like I said, it is complete. Like we have entered into. When I say we entered into the quantum era, we have walked into that threshold. We are here.
That's a crazy.
We have arrived, bro.
That's a
we have a it had it is
way.
happening. Yeah, it is happening. So
so you gotta update.
I gotta locate that and do some. I need to play that because that was I know that was a time machine.
Like bro said, you know, the way to unlock the 144 is to become the 144. That's the 12, right? That is the 3. That's so the matrix of what I was explaining earlier with the 33s by way of masonry. Yeah, we live in a 12 by 12 matrix. That 12 by 12 matrix, or that 12 by 12 lattice, deals with that very key and integral number, which is 144. And you break 144 in half, that's 72. And you know, these are the numbers that hit at everything. This is where everything is connected through mathematics. It's a construct. And yeah, you know, these computers will ultimately help you break out of the matrix. That's the funny part of it. But the only way that you're gonna break out of the matrix is by utilizing these computers to computationally solve something mathematically that will click you up out of here.
Straight like that.
Or other than that, the reverse is gonna happen. You're gonna be slave to an algorithm. And you'll be permanently in the box. Yeah.
I gotta cook. It's hibachi time. So I'm gonna cook up, you know what I mean? I'm gonna put my stove up. So let me get to cooking and shit. We're gonna follow up. Right?
I'll listen. You know, I gotta go do dishes and shit. I'll listen from afar.
You're gonna do your cause okay. So clap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Put your Cash App up there, Blue. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure you took in time out of your operation and away from your wife and whatnot. So just let the family know how they could show some love and some appreciation And
Shout out to my guy Jacquard. He's the truth, man. I would love to build.
Yeah, Jacquard, you definitely the truth, man.
You got it. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta give you a wrench, as a matter of fact. Yeah, you gonna first we just started off with the wrench and then other things, but stay studious.
Yes. So that's the Cash App up there. And you know, much appreciation. I've been back in contact with International P. I'll fill you in on that on the back phone, right?
Facts. Okay. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah. And I'm gonna go listen to the episode from last night as well.
And the Heru one from earlier. They both chipped up.
Man. All right.
Yeah, they both chipped up.
Heru from earlier today.
Yeah, we does Wealth Wednesdays.
Oh damn. Okay. All right.
All right.
For sure. Peace.
Peace. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So let us go ahead and play this commercial, and then we're gonna get right into it. All right.
Blueprints in a planetarium. Imaginarium. Blueprints in a planetarium. Imaginarium. Blueprints in the planetarium. Founders get found in the atrium. We carry them. Builders build brick by brick on a manner to spin. Best nation, imagination. Stamp the atlas in. Gill lights up. Code hum like a seraphim. From prompting the prophet, watch the marriage win. We craft a myth and market it. Establish it. Imaginarium where raw thought turns atom in. School. Chalk dust flow over marble link. Gilda mindsmith. So sesh with a carbon nib. Gods of intelligence. Gears turning the loft amid. Fantasy copies. Factory floors where the stars lit. Jenner, spark ether, map the parliament. Operator, rule signal, audit all the arguments. Destroyer, cut the clutter, null the counterfeit. Every bar's a spec sheet, every rhyme's a document. 5 pillar stand, comics, tunes, games, toys, animation. We mold the cannon, full time, whole constellation. Founders in the foundry with Kalu's dedication. We press the crest and metal.
Go Trumpstein strikes again. But you know what? Good job, because deleting an entire civilization would have been a genocidal maniac type of move. But none of this matters other than this sentence right here. We received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it's a workable basis on which to negotiate. AKA Iran was like, yeah, we saw your 15-point plan. We kept the moving, groove, vibe, and sliding. This is what we working with, big dog. You have to work with us. All right, you get it? Say less. Here is the list. Iran will not be attacked again. Permanent end to the war, not just a ceasefire. End to Israeli strikes in Lebanon, which proves to me they care.
Just to show you, right? Just to show you how duplistic, right? When I said the white man is the beast, Pam Bondi, when we say that you cannot trust a certain group of people, when we say that they can never be peace, because who can you run to? There's no one that you can trust. If your government is double-faced, if your government is speaking with a forked tongue, if your government is quote unquote, is disloyal, if your government does not hold their word, then what's the standard, right? So we clearly see in the 10-point peace plan, they were like, yo, in the strikes in Lebanon. And obviously somebody had to read that plan to agree to even let them say we got a ceasefire, and then they immediately attack Lebanon. You know what I mean? They over there tearing Lebanon to shreds right now.
About more than just themselves, because it's like, well, yeah, your greatest ally, they're gonna have to stop doing that bullshit over there as well. And all sanctions on Iran, which means, his favorite boy Obama that he always talks so much shit about, he lifted those sanctions, they gave him money. He about to give them $2 billion. Iran would impose a 2 million fee per ship transmitting the Hormuz. So tomorrow, when ships start moving, grooving, vibing, sliding, they're going to be like 2 mil there, 2 mil there, 2 mil there. They about to run it the fuck up. Iran would split fees with Oman. They would then establish rules for safe passage. Iran would use the fees for reconstruction instead of reparations. AKA meaning, now after all this, they're more powerful than to begin with. Because this strait was already open. They was not getting $2 million per ship. Now, they can still keep their nuclear enrichment. They're now charging and making money from the strait. And us, What the fuck did we get out of this? Literally, what did we achieve with this? Absolutely fucking nothing. CNN dropped this article saying that Iran is claiming victory, which is true because Iran's actual statement about this whole entire 10-point plan, they was talking cash fucking shit in there, which obviously pissed Trump the fuck off because now he's saying that's a fraud statement. None of that is true because immediately he saw one. And so now in his mind, he's like, wait, I lost. No, I did not fucking lose. No, we destroyed them. We obliterated them. We killed more of them than they killed us. And it's like, oh, CNN, just let him think in his own lights on, nobody fucking home head that he won. Along with his call. Let them think that they won this war because if you don't, this man is a maniac. In the middle of the night, he's gonna wake up and be like, no, they actually think I lost. Bomb these niggas. What the fuck is going on? But the problem is, we're not even gonna get to that amount of time because you know who is going to strike them immediately. Obviously, with no time wasted, the time of Israel told on themselves. We're gonna continue striking Iran despite the ceasefire agreement. Fuck what President Trump has to say or what our greatest ally agreed to. We gonna do what the fuck we want. March for air, you guessed it, death. Red Bull nowhere in sight. Why? Strictly for us, man. Fuck the vibes. We kill it. Logical world, this is our spot that we like, all right, bye, see you never. You're on your own. We have a ceasefire. You want to keep on bombing them? Go ahead, West Asia, attack these niggas. But we're compromised. So the next 48 hours is going to be very interesting because the ceasefire is probably going to be over because of these guys.
And right there, boom.
Genocide, and 100 times in 10 minutes. Then they went on TV and bragged about it.
Largest strike against Hezbollah terrorists since the beginning of Operation Roaring Lion.
Just like I predicted, the ceasefire is over and Strait of Hormuz is back to being closed because within 2 hours of the ceasefire, our greatest ally decided, let's go try to commit genocide. And 100 times in 10 minutes. Then they went on TV and bragged about it.
Largest strike against Hezbollah terrorists since the beginning of Operation Roaring Lion. In just 1 minute, the IDF struck 100 Hezbollah military targets.
To no one's surprise, it was not military targets. It was civilians and civilian infrastructure. Now,
that's Claude doing that. That's Palantir and Claude striking 100 times in 10 minutes. That's the AI doing that, by the way. I just wanted to put that in there just in case anybody want to know, how good the Claude co-work is working with the Pentagon. Well, that is the that's Palantir, that's Anthropic showing off and letting the world know their capabilities through the usage of the only rogue nation that would do something like that, and it would be, is it real? But they're flexing their muscle, they're flexing their quote-unquote killing machine and their kill chain.
In a credible and logical society, we would cut our greatest ally the fuck off and be like, we hanging you out to dry since you try to just hang us out to dry. We agreed to a ceasefire. Strait of Hormuz is finally back open. The world can start flowing again. And what do? Kill civilians. Which, y'all ain't new to this, you true to this. This is what you guys do. No surprise, but now the United States should surprise them and be like, yeah, no more help, no more funding, no more troops. Good luck against all of West Asia. If you die, you fucking die. Like I predicted, Trumpstein is now freaking the fuck out because he thought he was moving, grooving, vibing, sliding to victory. And everyone is letting him know that he lost. And then he saw the CNN headline saying Iran is bragging about that they won. And so now they're telling you, don't believe your eyes and ears. We threw the 10-point peace plan in the garbage, even though it says right here that it's a workable basis on which to negotiate.
Correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage.
Yo, you see how they could lie in your face? Once again, I said, if you don't have stability in your mental foundation, this could cause psychosis. This can cause this is causing hallucinations in households, barbershops, water coolers, and train stations. You have to be very, like Kamala told you, stay woke. Oh my goodness. You got to be able to rollerblade backwards. You got to be on your P's and Q's, my G. The shit they playing with, this is sorcery. You want to talk about the Magus and Magi? This is sorcery, right? They're playing in all of these different worlds because truth be told, there's a world where all of these tweets really mean something.
I guess I'm just confused on what the point of this statement was, because if he received the 10-point peace plan, said it was believed to be workable and negotiate, what 10-point peace plan are you talking about that they threw in the trash? And these motherfuckers have the audacity to complain. We weren't informed about the ceasefire until too late. Yeah, bitch, because y'all ruined every single negotiation deal. Because you guys are genocidal maniacs that are chasing a greater Israel that will destroy the rest of the world and drag everybody down. But you don't give a fuck because you think the Messiah is going to come back. Dickhead. Hell is hot, and I hope all y'all dress cold, because that is where you are heading. Stupid bitch is going to act confused. Well, this doesn't involve us versus Hezbollah. Yes, the fuck it does. You see this? The Pakistani PM, the one that is leading negotiations, including Lebanon. You fucking genocidal freaks.
Unity and territorial integrity of Lebanon. We condemn in the strongest terms Israel's continued military aggression in southern Lebanon.
This was a 10-point peace plan that was agreed upon. We know it was agreed upon because Trump came and said out loud that it was agreed upon. Now, you guys are all pissed because it puts Iran in a more powerful position than it started. You didn't have to start the fucking war. Strait was already open. They wasn't making $2 million per ship, and everything could have been moving, grooving, vibing, sliding copacetically. But instead, you went in people's fucking business, and you thought this was going to be an easy lick, and it didn't end up fucking being that. So since they broke the ceasefire, leave them out to fucking dry. 0 troops, 0 weapons, 0 money funded to this piece of shit place.
Some real, I think ever since I have not seen them hold a ceasefire for more than 24 hours. Those people, they have not honored a ceasefire for more than 24 hours from what I remember. They always breaking them shits, bro. What does that tell you about those? What does that say for character?
Israel are back on their same bullshit. Now, of course, Donald Trump couldn't really accept the fact that Israel in America, bitch, you lost. You lost and you still gonna lose. You gonna keep losing. So boom, this what really is going down. They inked a deal yesterday, which is supposedly a 2-week ceasefire, in which America agreed that they would stop targeting Tehran as well as different Iranian energy sectors, the bridges, yada, 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 XYZ, LMNOP. Now, even though they agreed to that, Israel still sent some missiles directly to another bridge inside of Tehran while there were active drivers on said bridge. I do believe I have a flick of that. May have to circle the block on that, okay? Don't be mad at me. Now, in the meantime, in between time, here's what has gone down. Let's get into it. Okay, so the good news is that Lebanon ain't letting up. Excuse me, I should say Hezbollah. And it's important to know the difference between Lebanon and Hezbollah, because as of right now, the Lebanese government, or the active government that is actively in place, long story short, Nawaf Salam was like, oh, well, fuck Israel, because bitch, you don't never know how to hold your word. Duh! Like, we've been telling y'all that this entire time. Meanwhile, y'all been basically like threatening Hezbollah, talking about Hezbollah this, Hezbollah that. You know what? That's y'all beef. Who am I, black ass, to be up in diaspora business? But either way, you knew that, bitch. Don't get the whining right now, okay? Because Hezbollah gets moving and shaking on the ground. Now, long story short, Israel decided to do exactly what we knew that they would do. They increased the intensity, impact, and the number of the currency of bombings that are happening in Beirut and the southern portions of Lebanon. The reason being of them increasing that was because Hezbollah was getting the upper hand on the, not only just the south of Lebanon, but on the northernmost settlements of Israel that are surrounding that international road that connects both Israel and Lebanon. Okay, stick with me. They're trying to regain control over that area. They're failing at it. Okay, all I'm seeing is a bunch of aggression being taken out on the civilians, in which Hezbollah released a message to the Lebanese people, in particular the 800,000 who have been displaced from their homes. They let them know, I'm on that ass. Ass is grass. It's nothing but belt to ass outside. And they was like, well, we thought y'all was already giving them belt to ass. They said, yeah, but this time it's going to be a thicker belt. You understand what I'm saying? It's going to be a thick leather trucker belt with a buckle. They getting hit with the buckle too. They getting blown to bits. We fucking them up. And it's all gas, no motherfucking brakes out this bitch. You understand what I'm saying? Before, we had a little bit of time to play around with them, but now it's nothing but gas. Straight fire to that ass. You understand what I'm saying? Bike to bike. Now, this morning also, Donald Trump was interviewed, in which they were asked like, yo, what's T-Bookie? Because you had said, hold on, You had said that you was going to everything. Iran said that, everything. That means Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, everybody in the vicinity, you need to back the fuck up, right? And Donnie was like, I say a lot of things, but I never once agreed that it was going to be everybody. I just said it was going to be Iran. Be so fucking for real. So basically they asked about Lebanon still being hit and if he had seen that, and he said yeah, they were not included in that deal. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. And they asked him like, so what's T, like why you ain't take Iran seriously on that? Because I'm pretty sure like they finna bojo shit for real. Like they are very serious when it comes to their word, and they made it clear like if everybody wasn't included then it's no motherfucking deal. He said because of Hezbollah, like we need to disarm them. And they basically looked at him like, how is you cool? Like you literally just got your shit rocked by Hezbollah, Yemen, Syria. Like you're literally getting jumped. Like, is you cool? You're getting jumped. Like they're dragging your ass, busting you upside your head with pipes into the white meat show. I don't think you have the upper hand in this situation to make decisions like that. He said they were not included in the deal. They'll get taken care of too. It's all right. So everybody looking at each other like, what the fuck is he talking about? It's all right. Like, we need to know what you really mean by that. So they asked, are you okay with the Israelis continuing to hit them? And he said, it's a part of the deal. Everyone knows that. That's a separate skirmish, okay? You gotta talk faster. Basically, I don't give a fuck what's going on. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I really could give a fuck if these motherfuckers live or die. I really just want my oil and my money. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, stop asking me about this bullshit. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I didn't even want to do this ceasefire. Matter of fact, I don't even want to do none of this shit. I really just want them to die. But these motherfuckers won't die. So, if the Israelis, they gon' that's their problem. They gonna do what the fuck they gonna do. Like, ain't got shit to do with me. Stop asking me about that. If it ain't about the money, stop asking, bitch. And she said she tried to ask if he regretted their True Social post about wiping out the civilian population, and noted that there was a huge pushback to that statement from Donald Trump. Then he hung up. So, yeah, he meant that when he said, stop asking me. Like, I really don't give a fuck. I never truly gave a fuck. Like, are you aware of who you're talking to? Fucks was never given. You understand what I'm saying? Fucks was never given. So the reporter basically reached out to Iran and was like, look, we want to, get your side of things. And Iran was like, oh, say less. So basically they start, going into it and was like, okay, so boom, like, these motherfuckers really think that shit's sweet, and I'm letting you know right now, ain't shit fucking sweet. In the midst of the interview going on, everybody hears a big kaboom, and there's all this commotion like, oh, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Turns out there was a huge explosion that happened in the Saudi Arabian East-West oil pipeline that was hit. Now, immediately they blamed that shit on Iran. I still have not seen Iran take credit for that shit, but the interview continued to go on, in which Iran was just fussing and cussing. I mean, Abbas was doing all this fucking, I'ma fuck that bitch up. They don't know who they fucking with, which is warranted. Like, valid crash out, you're valid. You're valid for that. I'm not mad at you. Like, I'm not. So he was like, basically, like, I'm gonna fuck that bitch up. Like, I promise you that bitch she gonna wish she never played with a motherfucker like me. I made it clear that if Lebanon, Palestine, Syria, and all my homies was not included in the deal, if all my nephews was not included in the deal, then we have no fucking deal. And that's just that on that. Everybody around this bitch can get clapped the fuck up. You and all your fofos, y'all can all get it for real. Mind you, they're also like trying to figure out what the fuck going on in Saudi Arabia. The pipeline had been rerouting 7 million barrels per day from the country's eastern oil producing region to the Red Sea port in Boo, after Iran effectively closed the Strait of Hormuz. So they asked him, like, yo, so what about the Strait of Hormuz? Because I heard you was going to open that shit up. And they was like, yeah, I was, but I'm not opening a motherfucking thing. I'll be damned. Bitches got me fucked up around this camp. If you really think that I'm going to play with you motherfuckers like that, then welcome to the 3-ring circus, bitch. It's about to go down. Welcome to my house party. And I was like, okay, period. Now, one thing about Abbas is he not going to give too much. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't necessarily ask them if they really did this or not, because they don't really give too much information up in the beginning. They'll do a public announcement where everybody gets the information all at the same time. So don't get too cute is what he said. Next question, Tamika. And I was like, okay, period. All right. So basically, long story short, Iran gets to blowing up Israel shit. I mean, they knocking their shit left and right. Because at this point in time, they frustrated, they mad, and they really want to just take it out on you the way that they've always wanted to take it out on you. So they start blowing up Israel shit. They start knocking their shit left and right. I mean, they never stop blowing up Qatar, Bahrain, all that shit. They never stop. They never stop. Right? So then Israel ended up calling their intermediaries who called Iran, and Iran ended up calling America, and they all on the same line, and they all basically on speakerphone talking about the shit that's going down, right? And they arguing back and forth in which Israel like, you blowing up my shit, and Iran was like, I don't give a fuck, bitch, you're blowing up my shit, and I'm finna blow your shit to smithereens, and what the fuck you gonna do about it? And what are you gonna do? And what are you gonna do? Okay, but you crybaby ass, right? So basically, the source in Tehran also stressed that the view is gaining ground that the continuation of attacks, despite an agreement on all fronts, indicates that either the United States is unable to control Netanyahu, basically the shit that they was doing in Tehran. Donald Trump, remember, Benji said yesterday, Egghead said yesterday, he wanted 30 more days and he really wanted to stay in the field. But the minute Iran struck back and started striking all of their strategic points all at the same time, all of a sudden they want to get on the phone and get the bump in their gums. And Iran said, I'm not trying to fucking hear that shit, bitch. Let me tell you straight like this. If it's up, then bitch, you better make sure it's stuck. I'm gonna make sure you stand on that shit, ho. You better stand firmly, 10 toes. You get what I'm saying? And Israel basically said, okay, say less than, and that's what's said. And Iran immediately said more missiles. Like, it was literally a compilation of like 450 missiles all at one time. And he said, and that's what's said. Like, okay, bitch. And what do you want to do about it, bitch? Get in the fucking field. If that's how you really feel, you feeling froggy, ho, jump. And Iran basically jumped. And they 450 missiles at one time is crazy. No, seriously. Because they blew up the headquarters of the Mossad, incinerated that motherfucker. They blew up the headquarters of several intelligence buildings within Tel Aviv, incinerated them bitches. I mean, turn them bitches into dust immediately. And we still have no idea if there were actually some people inside. You know what I'm saying? Some administrative staff, some janitors. You know what I'm saying? Israel's still trying to pick some of their people up out of the fucking rubble. Okay? The bodies is piling up. I mean, bodies on bodies on bodies on bodies. And Israel's still playing games with Tehran. And then Tehran said, they didn't listen. Iran said, they ain't here for your weak ass reindeer games. If it's really up, make sure it's like that. You understand what I'm saying? Make sure it's really like that. Because when I send this heat your way, I'm trying to see what you're going to say, bitch. I want to know what you're going to say. And that's precisely what they did. Like, just dragging their dick across your forehead. Like, I know that hurts. I know that hurts. So long story short, in the fucking field, and this morning reports came down where it was already like the smoke was already going off. I mean, the action was going down. It was already Action Jackson on both sides, but Iran, they bringing that heat, they bring that straight fire. I ain't gonna lie, the shit that Israel's doing in Lebanon, you fucked up for that shit, but you cannot cry when Iran sends different barrages of over 500 missiles at you. When they start throwing that heat at you, I don't know what to tell you, because they told you they was gonna wipe your whole fucking shit off this earth. They made that clear. Over 63,000 Israelis have already caught flights outside of Israel because they're not being honest with the world as to how bad that shit is getting. Like, it looks so fucking bad over there. It looks exactly like Gaza. Like, it literally looks identical to Gaza. And they're just pretending as if that shit ain't happening. But the over 63,000 Israelis that have hopped and jump skipped within the past week alone should let you know everything you need to know. So Iran basically gets up on their scene, okay? The spokesperson for the Iranian Parliament's National Security and Foreign Policy Commission basically got up on his microphone, tapped that bitch and said, "About my niggas, oh, we running it up. Best believe that shit, bitch. It's always gonna be smoke. About my niggas, it's smoke. You gotta understand, they been down with us shooting in the motherfucking gym, bitch. I ain't running it up about my niggas for real. Okay, you gonna get it worse. You gonna get it worse, cause I'll be damned if a bitch think that they gonna play with my niggas like that. Me and mine, we sliding on your shit for real. I'm finna fold your shit, bitch. That's what they said. The Lebanese have made sacrifices for us, and we must not leave them alone for a single moment. And Yemen basically spoke up, or Antarella spoke up and said, hell yeah, you know I'm down, right? I'm always down to clown, bitch. I'm ready to get up in that ass, bitch. In fact, I'm mad as fuck that y'all just now letting me off the bench. I'm trying to get in the game, coach. Let me in the game, coach. I'm trying to get in the game, you baby. Either a ceasefire on all fronts or no fronts at all. No ceasefire at all. So it's either all or nothing, bitch. And you better hope and pray that your shit can withstand what we got. Because, baby, we haven't even tapped into the new hotness we got. Okay? In response to the aggression against the Lebanon maritime traffic in the Strait of Hormuz must be halted immediately and a decisive strike carried out to stop Israeli attacks, which means I'm in your ass. I'm on your ass. I'm in your shit, bitch. And I'm going to be in your shit. I'm going to be on your ass. You get what I'm saying? You got me? And I was like, damn, Iran is really nothing to play about. Like I said, they asked for 1 million volunteers and 12 million showed up. That's crazy. There's over like 90 million Iranians within that vicinity alone, and 12 mil on top of the already, 12, 14 mil that they already had. That's a huge chunk of the population that's all lined the fuck up, ready to stomp a hole up in your ass. That's crazy as wrong.
I was talking to somebody in Chicago that I knew shortly before I moved. She was somebody who was just like in my Pilates class. She said, oh, that's cool that you do that feminism stuff. I'm just not very active in that scene. I don't really want to be. I was like, why? That's really strange to hear that from you because you're a woman and every single person benefits, man or woman, honestly benefits from feminism. She said, because I think feminism will make me realize how much I hate my husband in my life. I think that her experience is in no way, shape, or form unique. And while this girl wasn't inherently a bad or mean person, I could imagine that she is complicit in a lot of systems that uphold white supremacy, racism, and patriarchy. Because even by being married to someone who doesn't treat her right, that she doesn't particularly enjoy, she is bought into this propaganda that everything can be okay as long as you have a man in your life, especially a white man. And so I think a lot of white women, that's why they become so racist. That's why they become so mean to younger women, because they know that they do not want to be living the life that they're living. And that the more they think about feminism, the more that they're going to hate themselves and their status, which will give them no choice but to change their circumstance, and they don't want to upend their life.
And you don't want to pay. That don't make no fucking sense. There is no way that you want to do decolonial work or deconstruct whiteness work and you want to do this with a black facilitator or an indigenous spiritualist and you don't want to pay. That don't make no fucking sense. These systems are based on the redistribution of resources and currency away from us, literally stealing our wages, stealing our intellectual property, stealing our knowledge production, stealing our cultural systems, and putting us into systems that systematically keep redistributing what we have and what is rightfully ours to you as crumbs to pay you for your silent complicity. And you want to learn how to get out of a system that is strangling you, and you want us who are being killed by it to teach you for free, or you want to give us your sob story about you don't have the money. Nobody cares. If it's important to you, find the money. John Brown was willing to die for the cause. You're not even being asked to be killed. You're being asked to be discomforted. But if you don't want to pay the hefty price that it is, and the price is hefty, baby, do you know why? Because some of us have worked for free. Our peoples have worked for free for hundreds of years to build a global economic system that we are continuously pushed out of. And you have received those gains, and your task, should you choose to accept it, is...
How do y'all feel about that? I like this topic. I remember a friend of mine was voicing their frustration about this very same topic, to the point that they made a song about it. And they were like, there's a lot of energy harvesting and destiny swapping taking place, on top of the fact that melanated practitioners will not get paid the same amount of money that the quote unquote Rodeo Drive spiritual practitioners will get, or these celebrity spiritualists will get, you know what I mean? Or these internet brands, or these internet spiritualists. You know, you don't have, and then like I've heard that they try to hit you with the sob story, or they try to get on girl code with you, or they try to trauma bond rather than breaking bread, like spending Hermes bags money on you, like spending Birkin bag money on your business or your cause. Is usually like, you know, a pity party. You know what I mean? They got checkbooks for pity parties. But let us continue with the sister breaking it down.
To redistribute those illegally gotten gains, which means you're gonna have to fork over some currency. You're gonna have to, because all of that currency at your disposal, whether or not you're wielding it right or not, whether you're wielding that privilege in a way that gathers you currency or not, doesn't matter. If you want to come to this work, it will involve you having to give up something. And one of those things is currency. If you're not ready or equipped to leverage your whiteness and all of its privileges in the service of paying for the reconstruction of humanity, just go back to posting your cute little aphorisms and cliches on the internet. And stop sending black women who do this work at the cost of our own lives, the cost of our actual material safety, not intellectual, not ideological safety, material safety. Stop expecting us to do this work for free. And stop giving us your sob stories in our DMs. We don't want it. And also, thirdly, stop stealing our work. There are very few of you who are equipped to do decolonial work at all. At all. Because your blind spots are glaring.
You see, that feminism thing and that liberalism thing, you know, it's a failed social program, and the backlash is going to force them to either, you know, completely abandon it or metamorph it into something. But as you see, sisters are beginning to wake up. They're beginning to push back, and they're beginning to say, nah, enough is enough. We're being used and whatnot. We're being used. We're not being honored and whatnot. You know what I mean? This is a lot of gaslighting. Okay.
And most of you are not in deep community with us to have those blind spots checked. So if you really want to do the work that costs other people their lives and is only costing you your comfort, what a steal. Cough up the money. Find the money. Or don't do the work and don't expect a cookie or a pat on the back.
To know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them. That's a terrible thing to say, but those people who run Iran need to understand that, because that perhaps will deter them from doing something that would be reckless, foolish, and tragic.
We've been hearing this Iran shit our whole entire lives. This was like the season finale of The Boys, season 5. Like, we have arrived. You know what I mean? They've been kicking this goddamn can down the alley for a very long time, ladies and gentlemen. Each president got to get their Iran script. The whole time they was mispronouncing it and not even giving us the right goddamn pronunciation. You know what I mean? But while all of this is happening, right, this should happen. Right? A rip appeared in the sky. Okay? So while they got people distracted with all of this surface shit, there are rips in the sky. You know what I mean? I said it before that the firmament is broke. And the shit that's hitting this planet is not necessarily quote unquote comets and all of that other shit that they selling us. Like, stop falling for that. Okay? Stop falling for that. Right?
These two extraordinary rescues, because it was two, and as you probably know, we didn't talk about the first one for.
Let me see.
A lot of questions for the group.
The marathon continues. This
Question for the group that what is my experience as an African living in Iran? I think Iranians are one of the most curious people about the world, and that is because the country has been blocked for many, many years, and because the propaganda around the country is very massive, and because Iranians love guests. So they're very friendly to people. They're very welcoming. There are a lot of Africans living in Iran. That may shock you because the universities here are one of the best. There are many Africans who are studying here. And also in the north of the country, there are Arabs, or you can call them black. They are black Iranians, and that is not something shocking or new. Iran is a massive country. It has lots of, ethnicity and ethnic community. One thing I can say for sure, the racism that you experience in the United States does not exist here. The discrimination that you experience in the United States does not exist here. In Iran, people see color, but they don't see color through the lens of racism. They see color because we're all
through that lens of religion. You know, there was a show that brother A.A. Rashid did yesterday on 363 Empire. Please go and check that out. He talked about Iranian duplicity, right? The fact that they are, you have to study the Iranians, the Persians and whatnot, and how they do their thing, right? Because keep in mind, this is still warfare at the end of the day. Propaganda is still propaganda, regardless if you got people showing you they got Tupac on the missile and all of that. Propaganda is still propaganda, and the Iranians are known for their propaganda. Okay, let's go one more Lego. We could do one more Lego before we get out of here.
Yeah. Every time he talks tough, it's Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday, big threats on Monday, then the chickens out Tuesday. Power plant day, bridge day, all that tough talk. Now he's folding again, what a joke. He screams regime change, drops bombs like he's bold, then runs to the mic and says maybe we fold. One day he's winning, next day he's scared. Every Tuesday he's backpedaling hard. You threaten the straight so we'd live in hell. Now you're begging for ceasefire, we can tell. 17 bases hit your military in shame, but you still out here tweeting like it's a game. Taco Tuesday, big threats on Monday, then the chickens out Tuesday. Power plant day, bridge day, all that tough talk. Now he's folding again, what a joke. Sacred defense, we still standing strong. Taco Tuesday again, yeah.
Killing them with that Lego shit. Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. Now, you had to live under a rock to not hear about what's going on with the Ye situation. This is a very interesting situation that has a lot of people talking about double standards, and it is showing that these people are on a level of hypocrisy never seen before. They have exposed themselves, ladies and gentlemen. The emperor has no clothes on all borders. We're in such a level of the game right now. This shit is like FIFA. You know what I'm talking about? This is like FIFA. You know what I mean? Because we are seeing every move that these people make. It literally is doing what? It's checkmating them. They don't even know how to move anymore. They've moved so wrong, they could no longer move on the chessboard, and everything that they do is considered to be what? A goofy ass move, right? All of their moves are looking suspect. All of their moves are being checkmated and whatnot. Why? Because it initially started out the wrong way, off the Rippington, right? Off the rip. The hypocrisy, the caucasity.
Officially been cancelled. And we've got to look at how this actually unfolded right before all of our eyes, right? Sponsors stepping away, political pressure building, and then the UK government stepping in directly. It makes you see just how much influence a single moment can carry and the risk that someone like Kanye West could potentially create. Because if one person can uncancel himself in spite of all that's going on around him, then the bar no one man should have all that power springs to mind. Because that's what this entire story has become about, right? One man, and about who actually has the power to move an outcome like this. Because by the end of this, you'll see that this didn't end just because of the artist. It ended because of something else entirely. And most people just haven't preed it yet. Now, I know there's going to be loads and loads of back and forth and debate happening around the continuity of cancel culture. I addressed this in my earlier video yesterday, so please feel free to have a look at that. But for this video, I want to focus on something slightly different here. And obviously, as I've previously discussed, right, I can understand why brands would want to disassociate from anti-Semitism as it's being referred to in this context. But what about in the instance where brands knew in advance? Because I came across this clip, which I'm going to play for you guys, of the CEO of Wireless Festival saying that multiple stakeholders were consulted ahead of the booking and no concerns were raised at that time. There was even a comment allegedly left under an Instagram post announcing the headliners where Pepsi said, "What's better than 2 free days?" Anyway, have a look at this and join me back on the other side.
We did with Pepsi, for instance, our lead sponsor, and they signed off and approved it, for example, and perhaps we should have done.
Really? That's fascinating. Sorry to interrupt again, but that's fascinating. So Pepsi, who've pulled out now, haven't they? Pepsi originally were quite happy for him to come.
Correct, yes. They're our headline sponsor. We asked them and asked them to sign off on it, and they did.
Now, if that's accurate, and I did say if, then this stops being about something new happening and starts being about what actually changed. How did that yes become a no? So I've recorded a full breakdown of this on my YouTube, so head over there now. The link is in my bio if you want the long form version. Anyway, ciao.
What y'all think about that? They got the Jay-Z phone call You know what I'm talking about? Who gave him that phone call? Jared Kushner?
Pepsi, for instance, our lead sponsor, and they signed off and approved it, for example, and perhaps we should have done.
Really? That's fascinating. Sorry to interrupt again, but that's fascinating. So Pepsi, who've pulled out now, haven't they? Pepsi originally were quite happy for him to come.
Correct, yes. They're our headline sponsor. We asked them to sign off on it, and they did.
And like I said before, the majority of those sponsors that were pulling out, they have corporate ties to people that were on Epstein Island and whatnot. Okay? Racist and all type of stuff. But that's where they draw the line, I see. Interesting. Brosy, talk to us before we get out of here, Brosy.
We need to hear this, but the reason why your affirmations are not working is because you're whispering like a hostage instead of speaking like a sovereign. You don't create your reality with thoughts, you command it with your voice. This is the truth you've never heard, but you have felt. You were taught words are just communication, but that's a lie. Words are geometry, spoken structure. Every time you speak, you're coding the field with sound-based architecture. Your body does not obey your thoughts. It obeys your tongue. Say, I'm tired, and your cells downregulate. Say, I'm done shrinking, and the field recalibrates immediately. Dude, this is not manifestation. This is scroll law. If this is already hitting your chest, you already know what I'm about to say next. Comment scroll. Get your scroll scan. It's $33, dude. You do not need to be religious to get this. In the Bible, the world was not thought into existence. It was spoken. Let there be light was not hope. It was enforcement. In science, sound creates form. Go Google cymatics. In witchcraft, spells are spoken decrees. Even AI now understands that language creates worlds. So why do you still think journaling alone is enough? Why are you speaking your traumas out loud, but whispering your destiny? I promise you, this is not about becoming confident. This is about remembering you were always the one who could speak and reality moved. If your throat is tight right now, it is not fear. It's your scroll ignition. You already know what to do. Words do not describe reality. They decide it. And the ones who remember that, stop playing with silence.
That's what's up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let us get a word from our sponsors, and we're gonna wrap this one up. All right, let's get a word from our sponsors, and we'll be right back.
Generator, one mind builds whole worlds. Operator, you don't enter worlds, you design them. Destroyer.
They ain't just steal stories, they lock the bloodline. Operate, step through it, rewrite the world they gave you. Destroy the illusion. Take your mind back.
Blueprints in a planetarium. Imaginarium. Blueprints in a planetarium.
Visual in my cup, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by skim moss. Flow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, flaws. Visual in my cup, I'm feeling right. Sip to the sunrise, dance to the night. From the ocean's kiss to your city lights. 21 flavors, pure health in every bite. Drip so clean, we're custom made. From reef to street, we elevate. Gold green gel, set the record straight. Nature in a bottle, that's a better way. Charge me up, no caffeine crash. Clean energy, steady splash. From skin to gut, yeah, we live from within. Wellness on 10, let the rhythm begin. Pour it up, pour it up. Feel the wave, body thanking me. Every save, ocean wisdom in this glass. We sell magic, see moss. V-cell in my car, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by CMOS. Glow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, floss. Island breeze in the city maze. We're mineral rich in 1,000 ways. Immunity high like the summer rays. Hydrate the hustle, fuel your days. Berry, mango, ginger, lime. Pick your flow, your flavor, your time. Beauty and balance we redefine. Every little sip, align your shine. Wear it up, feel the way. Body thanking me for every step. Ocean wisdom in this glass. We sell magic, CMOS. V-cell in my car, I'm feeling boss. 21 flavors powered by CMOS. Glow from within, yeah, we never fall off. Count it up, 99 minerals, floss. From the coral choir to the heartbeat drum. Roots run deep where the wild tides hum. Real ones know where the glow comes from. V-cell in the mix now, watch us.
QR code is up for the V-cell CMOS. The QR code is up for the V-cell CMOS. We got a show that's going to be upcoming where we're going to have the owners of V-cell CMOS, Dr. Mitchell, and some other PhDs, so we could speak science about these herbs, so we could talk science about these products and really give y'all the information, give you the science behind A-game and the V-cell CMOS, the Shilajit gummies, and all of that. So just look out for that. That's going to be monumental. But we will continue this for Third Eye Thursdays. I do have more bullets in the clip, and of course, you know what I mean? I just had to get something out, you know what I mean? But yeah, I want to say thank y'all. Y'all hung out with us for 4 hours. If you're listening to this on a replay, yeah, you made it to 4 hours. You a legend. You know what I mean? I hope you have some comments to leave based off of some of the things. So much things were talked about, so much bars, so much information, so many gems, so much recoding. Like Blue said, we not decoders, we're recoders. Okay, recoders. All right. So yeah, with that being said, Imaginarium on Friday. Let me put that up there right there. The Imaginarium. Okay, you could scan the QR code and that will give you access to the workshop, the Imaginarium. When you join the Imaginarium, you will have access to 10 weeks or 10 classes along with a Saturday vibe session. You will have the guides. You will have access to a Discord. You will have access to our school community. So tap in with the Imaginarium. We're doing powerful things, you know, in private. This is not something to be bragging and boasting. I'm not all over social media with the works with our IP and what we're doing. We're getting everything perfected, learning, upskilling. And as you'll see when you come over to the school community, you know, the work is lit. It's all there. So salute to everyone. 72 hour, we calling this the 72 North Carolina, the boot camp, whatnot. That's coming up April 18th. Make sure you in the building for that. All right. Red Pills Patreon. We talked about it earlier with Hey Rue. We want people to be a part of the Patreon, and also we are going to be live streaming from the website directly. Why? Because they're starting their censorship. They didn't like what the brother was saying about health and really healing. Like he was going in on Monday. They took a show off the channel on Monday. They removed it for medical misinformation, but you know what that is. You know there's no such thing as medical information. It's that they got their feelings hurt because too much truth was being let out and they didn't have their hands in that pocket. Okay, here you go. So I am, you know, I'm on their platform and you know what the rules are. So I'm not going to get up here with no pity party because, to be honest with you, a miracle happened. They gave me a channel back after they took it for 2 years. That shit appeared like a ghost ship, right? And that the channel appeared like a ghost ship. You know what I'm talking about? It was supposed to be in the bottom of the ocean, and it just showed up one day like bong, here you go. So I'm not even, but what I do know is that we are removing our quality of membership outside of this centralized location. We're going into decentralized. This is centralized. This is like me in the town square. This is like me at the barbershop. But when you get me in the lodge, it's a different me. When you get me in the factory, it's a different me. When you get me in the lab, it's a different me. When you get me in the studio, it's a different me, or rather a facet of me, a persona of me, an alter ego, right? A model of experts, right? They call it the model of experts, right? Or a multimodal machine. That's how my brain works. You know what I mean? I turn on different models of experts depending on what the task is at hand, right? But what we're doing now is me and the brother Heru, because Heru has his own website and he goes live from his website as well. But what we want the family to do is begin to onboard into our private communities. I have SKOOL, I have Patreon, have my own website. We also have a streaming platform, an OTT platform, that's KTL Plus. We also have a radio station. So there's a lot of things that we're going to be rolling out. So much going on. So with that being said, peace, love, and light. We're going to end it with the Theta Waves. Make sure y'all hit up the comments. Let me throw that Cash App up there real good. That's that 4 hours. Yeah, that part. Talk black to me. All right. Talk black to me. We'll see you mañana.
Can't beat us, join us, please bring your coinage. We sink 3-pointers, money shots all net, all vets. Bums we not, jet skiing in them sunny spots. With women edible like gummy drops. Dummy stop, dummy stop. No weapon form can intercept a storm. Once my intellect is on, I'm projecting on magnetic fields and interact with blacks with athletic bills. I'm all about growth and development like residents of Ebbets Fields. Not to choose between woo and chew. We wanna line them colors up like a Rubik's Cube and fade to black, yeah, the truest hue. When you say the black man is God, who you alluded to? The usual, Clarence 13X, a worthy guess. The words expressed come from the word in flesh. Elijah M, the NOI versus Leviathan. Messiah sent from the heavenly branches. 7 P's from since G-Dub cut down the cherry tree. In the wilderness of North Amex, and we flossing death and forced aggression, or forced perception, forced protection, or forced confessions. It's all a lesson.
The sorcerers from Corsica, killer tonics, sticks and drums like the Philharmonic Orchestra. You niggas still playing harmonicas from officers. Fabric softener, jive turkeys popping 5 perkies, playing with keys, the Scotch storage type. For that soft white, we could've caught life, just being forthright. First class on my 4th flight, popping out like Fortnite. Every night we lit like Porsche lights. The meek shall inherit the earth, oh yeah, the scorched type. And these niggas, they some hoes in these streets. Me, I'm 10 toes in these streets. They lost their souls, niggas got holes in their feet. Shit, I'm just worried about the craft and how to perfect it. Not worried about the craft, yeah, that's out of perspectives. Focus on the chip like I'm Robert Kraft, and then how to protect it. It's the waves of the oceans. Get to the money, nigga, save your emotion. Descendant of the slaves in the graves in the oceans. Mastermind, Theta Waves is in motions. These niggas, they addicted to the folly, addicted to that molly. Making me a movie, them sticks made of holly. I'm Dr. Manhattan, sitting on top of Manhattan. When I get all 5 rings, snap my fingers and pop up on satin. Dressed in all black, yeah, drop top the Phantom. Best.
Crumb TV.